Hello there. I thought I'd just do a sort of a impromptu live thing because of some recent developments, particularly the Ockenden report. Nobody's here yet. I don't know if anybody will turn up to this, but oh, hello, 2 people. Hi there. Yeah, there's been the Ockenden report, and there's a lot of similarities in some of the main points being made. Oh, just lost 50% of the audience. Anyway, it's a very hot day here, and I can't do anything else at the moment, like anything strenuous. But yeah, so there's been that, and obviously there's been the article in the Telegraph by that forensic expert. So that's another thing. What else has there been? Oh, there's been a bit back and forth about this guy who's done this video looking at statistics, but it's kind of getting it all wrong. I just saw an exchange on the Twitter, and I think Jabe was saying, well, you know, how has this guy got all this information that he's got in terms of apparently from medical notes, but also Lucy Letby's roster information? And could he be in the employ, so to say, of a certain Mr. Evans? Well, possibly. So we've got that. So I don't know if anybody wants to talk about that. And it is a bit hot, isn't it? So that's why I'm doing it. High Sword of Reason. Yeah, I just wondered what you thought about that Sword of Reason, the Ockenden report. Whether that's going to make a big difference, because it's such a, it's, hi Claire, good to see you. The Ockenden report and the speech that Mrs. Ockenden gave is causing, hi Pat, anybody wants to talk about that? I think it's going to be I think it's going to cause a huge refocus onto Lucy Letby, and it already is. People are making the points that, well, look how it's gone wrong in all these instances, and people are doing it on a very specific level, including right down to Pseudomonas cases. Hi Billy James, hope you're doing well. Hi Pat. Yeah, so that's it. I saw a tweet from Indie Man. I'm just trying to find where that is now. Oh, I thought I did some. Let me call that up. I've got a picture. What he's doing here is comparing and contrasting with the issues. So this is Indie Man on Twitter. I'll read out some of those in a minute. Hi Mandy. Ockenden report. Will the MSM want to join the dots? Well, exactly, and I think that's what's prompted me to do probably end up being quite a short live thing, is to talk about that. If anybody wants to, I'll put the link in. If anybody would like to. There's been some fantastic presentations and speeches on the 19 Nurses channel, hasn't there? And also on Stuart Gillam's channel, where he's interviewing Carl and Claire and Martin Pittman's there. They're talking about their experiences at the Countess of Chester. Very, very interesting indeed. Very powerful. And it's the dots are being joined, I think. And you know, whether the MSM are going to join them themselves, yeah, I think they're all being set up to be joined. I don't know if I can post this image. How do I post an image? I could just read it through, but I'll have to get better at this. Sword of Reason says, latest, oh, sorry, I've been forgetting to click the comments. I'm a bit out of it. It's the heat, you know, the heat, the damned heat. It's getting cooler from 5 o'clock onwards, hopefully, and there'll be a storm. But anyway, Sword of Reason, latest Amanda Mox podcast. Yes, Yes, that's very good as well. So there's things happening on multiple fronts. This idea, this takeaway from that, the idea that the establishment has to be shaken up and in lots of different ways. And, you know, the Ockenden report's going to be part of that, isn't it? Stray hair. So there's all that going on. There was an interesting bit I thought in, I'm having trouble getting back to the article now, so the article, I'm just looking at the name of the from Dame Sue Black, because the link I found, it's not working anymore. It's typical, isn't it? But she says something in the article is, how could Lucy Letby have a fair trial, i.e. in the future, i.e. retrial? But I didn't see it that way. I don't see it that way. I don't think there's going to be a retrial. It's not doable really at all. They wouldn't do it because it would expose so much, and it's going to make it even worse for X number of people, the institutions, the establishment, however you want to describe it. But let's say hypothetically there was one. No, I mean, au contraire, I think if there was to be a retrial, that would actually be a fair trial, as opposed to the trial that had been in 2022. I don't know if people had to take a view on that, or, well, it would be a hell of a lot fairer, wouldn't it? But she's obviously making the really important points about the lack of equality of arms, as they call it. There's not the same funding, but it's not just about that. And obviously there's a whole host of reasons why those defence experts that were there and were being paid to be there and write reports, why they weren't called. That's another rabbit hole, isn't it? But yeah, I'm flagging already. But I just wondered if anybody wanted, I suppose I'll just come on really, if anybody wanted to, particularly from a greater perspective of knowledge than I would have, i.e. someone who's, well, not necessarily if you've worked in the NHS, but I mean, the idea that such a review as the Ockenden report, I haven't read it all, I've just looked at the headlines, I listened to the speech, etc. The knock-on effect that this is going to have in terms of how Lucy Letby's convictions are being looked at more generally, I think it's going to be really helpful. I don't know what anybody else thinks of that. So when I looked at just taking Indie Man, he's on Twitter. It's a great account. He's making some points here about oh, hi Deborah. Who would the prosecution? Well, that's exactly it, Deborah. Hope you're keeping as cool as possible, and hope Buddy's keeping as cool as possible. But it's going to be cooling down a bit later. But Deborah says, hi Mark. But who will the prosecution dredge up to prosecute now? It won't be Dowie. No, well, it won't be. And I don't think, well, if they went to their second base, as it were, so this might be a mixture of Dr. Yoxall and Dr. Bowen. Well, they're fresh. Those two are fresh from having all their reports essentially, or their findings in the full file, as it was called, rejected by the CPS. So that's not a good look either, is it? So I don't. Hi, little unicorn. Good to see you. Hope you. I'm saying it to everybody. Hope you're keeping cool, and loved ones are keeping cool, and pets, because it's crazy, isn't it? But yeah. So I was going to look at. I'll have to go off the screen a minute and read this. So this is what Indiaman on Twitter wrote. He's putting these bullet points down here that are bullet points from the Ockenden report that's just come out. And so here's I'll read some of them. So the first one is, guidance for and some instances of newborn resuscitation that were not in line with national guidance and best practice. So Indiaman's tweet is, are they talking about Countess of Chester here or Nottingham? And obviously the irony is that it could be, it's both, either or both. Second bullet point is a recurrent pattern of cases where national guidance was not followed in relation to cooling for babies at risk of brain injury following oxygen deprivation. I don't know if there are any instances of that that's come out through the indictment, babies. This is really a strong connection. The next bullet point. These are from these points are from the Ockenden report. Higher rates than comparable units of babies undergoing multiple intubations. Well, it'd be interesting to see if anyone did a comparable study of multiple intubations, comparing comparable units to the Countess of Chester, as well as in this report comparing Nottingham to quote unquote comparable units, as well as unplanned extubations where a breathing tube is unintentionally taken out or removed too early, with delays in adoption of national best practice on airway management. Next one is, there's only 3 more in this tweet. A number of cases in which there were serious concerns about the prevention, recognition, and management of hypoglycemia in newborn babies. The penultimate one is multiple concerns. This is really important as well as a comparator to the COCH. So just to say, if anyone's just joined, I'm reading out bullet points from the Ockenden report, which are as very much clearly applicable to the Countess of Chester during 2015-2016. So the penultimate one is multiple concerns raised by families about infection prevention practices among staff, as well as physical conditions on the unit leading to infection outbreaks. That's a big one, isn't it? Final one on this list of bullet points is a pattern of clinical practice relating to antibiotic use not consistently following national guidelines. So the mum of baby D, and indeed baby D as well. So anyway, I'll catch up with comments now. Just got home after picking up the kids from school. Early finish. Oh, good, yeah, because it's so hot, isn't it? Hope you can have some lollies. I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna have a lolly later. Hope you can all keep cool there. Billy James, hi Billy. Dr. Pittman and Stuart Gillham's interview with the parents seems to have uncovered negligence. Yeah, the likelihood. I mean, the inference that Dr. Pittman drew, isn't it, that they effectively didn't see a consultant across those 4, I think it was 4 days, is that right? I don't want to give the wrong details from memory, but I think it's the idea that they may have seen a registrar and really junior doctors, and it was I think it was in relation to checking Claire's scar. It was one of the most junior doctors they could find, and somebody who hadn't been involved actually in the cesarean process operation. But Dr. Pittman is being responsible with his wordings, understandably. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, Billy. Yeah, that's exactly what you're saying here, is needs to find out more information to be very conclusive about it. But it's kind of like it's looking that way, isn't it? Billy James says as well, they've definitely thrown her under the bus. Yeah, well, without a doubt. I just think this Ockenden report is going to be I know it's a bit of a colloquialism, but a game change. It's not a game. I know it's not a game, but it's a change. It's a really big potential source of redirecting focus from people who are not focused on Lucy Letby's miscarriage of justice in a way, because it's taking up so much space. And it can only, or should only, raise the question in critically thinking people in the media, more than who have reported on it already, to kind of get with the program here and well, not get with the programme, get with the truth, I should say, about what's happened to Lucy Letby. Stuart Gillam has also uncovered 5 incidents where the police have lied. Yeah, that was a really good video as well. Surely someone needs to disclose these findings to Lucy's defence. Well, I imagine that, or I hope and imagine that they are keeping track of this, and there's a kind of a line of communication between different elements of what people are doing and Lucy's defence, and I'd hope so. Thanks, Billy. That's great points there. Carl and Claire on Amanda. Yeah, the mouse Breary. We're assuming it was Breary. I mean, I know when he's talking, when Carl's talking to Stuart Gillam, he sort of confirms it's Breary, you know, or when the name is given to him. Breary sits there and says Lucy Letby did everything right and saved the baby's life twice. Yeah, well, exactly how many more instances? This is the perversity that we've been dealing with, is that, you know, but this is back in time, this is what they would have said and got away with probably initially, is to say, well, it's all part of the cover-up, is that's how clever she is. She's got to pretend to be good and helpful sometimes so that she can get under the radar when the times when she wants to commit crimes. So it's all perverse and ridiculous, but that's not going to hold water anymore, is it? So Chris's book, yeah, absolutely. That's coming out in what would be about 2 weeks' time, isn't it? Thanks, Mandy. Yeah, that's really important, and it's gaining traction, obviously, already, and been mentioned. I think it was mentioned in Peter Hitchens' article and another article in National. So it's got national sort of coverage building up to its release already, which is fantastic. The NHS is broken. Gosh, well, it's just, yeah, there's obviously a lot of problems, and they are coming out, and particularly around maternity care and neonatal care. I'm not sure I can do much longer. I'm wilting. But anyway, does anybody want to speak about what their thoughts about the Ockenden report are? I know you're making some great comments there, but does anybody want to talk about that, or about Dame Sue Black's article, and obviously, you know, the incredibly courageous and helpful coming out there and speaking that Carl and Claire have been doing, you know, which is amazing. And it's been horrible to see. I mean, I don't see the trolls directly attacking them, because I don't see them. They're all, I don't see them, but they've been horribly treated by the usual suspects, shall we say, you know. Oh, thanks, Ed. That's very nice of you. Yeah, she's definitely innocent. It's just a matter of, are they going to give up the ghost, as it were, the establishment, and get this thing moving? So with the Thirlwall report, it's been kicked back to after the summer recess, hasn't it? Melanistic marble. Oh yeah, the Ockenden report. It's been 4 years in the making. It's to do with, I think it started off really, as these things often do, with one individual couple, then growing to a group of people that felt they'd been harmed, or they'd lost babies through the Nottingham Hospital Trust. And it grew to quite a large number, and then an inquiry was ordered, and now it's built up to, they were looking at the case files or experiences of 2,500. These are the broad headlines: 2,500 mums experiences in maternity care and neonatal care, obstetrics, so the whole route. And then it's another headline that's come out of that is like, and I know this conflates different things, but it says 500 mothers, babies were either died unnecessarily or were harmed unnecessarily. So obviously they're conflating that in that headline. Obviously it's a shocking headline, and every element of it is shocking. But obviously there have been some deaths of mums and a number of deaths of babies, and also a lot of harm. I saw this little article on this. I should have had it here to hand, but on this solicitors called Field Fisher, and they ring a bell because they'd put an article out years before in relation to a death at the Countess of Chester Hospital, in which there was, I think, from memory, 15 or 17, well, it was a very high number of millions payout that they were part of in terms of a medical negligence case, Field Fisher. So if you put in Google Ockenden report, Field Fisher, so that's the name of the solicitors, you'll see their kind of, their take, their kind of their response to what's come out in the Ockenden report. Have you seen a video about it? It might be a psyop. Well, it's a real thing. If you're talking about the Ockenden report, yeah, no, it's come out as a very formal statement. And I don't know her first name. Let me look it up. Ockenden Review. So it's Donna. It's Donna Ockenden. I'd forgotten that she's like the head midwife, isn't she? And she's been working at this obviously with other people for 4 years, and there's been some shocking things come out, but it's all over the news, and you can find it there. So thanks, Truthfinder. Yeah, but it's always good to be aware of things. If that's what you were referring to. Melanistic Marble says, I was shocked by the revelation by Carl and Claire and Carl about the inaccurate scales in the delivery suite at COCH. Nurse Jenny was gobsmacked too. Yeah, because what flowed from that is the idea that many people have made comments, and no doubt this is what you're thinking about as well, Melanistic Marble, is about if you don't know the weight of the baby, if it's inaccurate, that can affect the medication rates, I believe. I mean, I'm not speaking from any personal knowledge, but other people who do have that kind of knowledge said, well, how do you get the medication right in terms of the dosage if you don't know the weight of the baby? So if anyone else wants to confirm that, and I think that's what Nurse Jenny was considering as well. Truthfinder, the whole Lucy Letby thing. Well, I mean, I don't know. It depends what we mean by psyop, psychological operation. If it's this is the other thing. I thought you've kind of reminded me of something. Thanks for that. Is that in relation to what you're saying here? And Deborah's making another comment. I'll come to that in a second. And Little Unicorn. But what you're saying here, Truthfinder, you just reminded me that Andrew Bridgen has sort of thrown his hat into the ring, as it were. He did a short video where he's walking through the woods and he's saying, I mean, he gets a few details wrong, but it's the gist of it is obviously that he believes that Lucy Letby is innocent, and he's framing it in the sense that he believes she's a whistleblower per se, and the conviction of someone who's explicitly innocent or known to be innocent, it is now, whether you term it a psychological operation or not, it's a message to all of us to say that nobody's safe. Nobody's safe from a system that can put a totally innocent person away for crimes that didn't even happen for the rest of their life, potentially, although that's not going to, I mean, we know that's not going to happen. Lucy will be freed. And the second point is in relation to whistleblowing, is that, you know, that you will be targeted. So that's how Andrew Bridgen's framing it. So that I think there's a bit of a link there, perhaps, with where you may be going with that truth finder, possibly. But, you know, anyway, I'll just move on there. Oh, I'm getting a bit behind already. So thanks for that. Little unicorn. It beggars belief that anyone can be dragged to have a cesarean section without an explanation. Yeah. Yes, I know that was, and it was put through a terrible series of events. And then this was the interesting thing I thought as well, that afterwards, that where you've got Breary there, and there was a bit back and forth of that with Martin and Carl and Claire. And first of all, the thought was, well, was Tony Chambers there? And then I think it's developed from that. It's this other guy, now his name's gone out of my head, but it's this other guy that comes in August 2018, is it, or something? And it's all about that damage limitation. But this other guy, if anybody can remind me of his name, is the guy that wrote to Lucy Letby, effectively saying, whatever happens in the trial, you can never work here again, because, you know, it's, I can't remember the phrase he used. He sent that awful letter, which again, from memory, she received on her birthday. Mervyn talks about this quite a lot. He took over it in a managerial position. I think he may have taken over from Ian Harvey. But anyway, he's the one that sends this damning and totally unfair letter to Lucy, effectively saying, well, whatever happens, because you've been accused, you're not going to be coming back in here. The trust can't take the risks, in so many words. So, and it's whether he was there with Breary in this damage limitation process that, as Martin Pittman described it in that discussion they had on Stuart Gillham's video. So that's that. But yeah, absolutely. Little unicorn, hello. I agree with you. Who did that happen to, please? Oh yeah, that's to do with Carl and Claire have been fantastic and coming forward, and been receiving some horrible abuse on Twitter, but I hope they've now, or Carl, who has an account there, I hope he's now blocked the people concerned, who they don't need that stress on top of everything, in my view. I used to have, Deborah says, I used to have a good deal to do with Field Fisher Waterhouse. So I'm assuming Waterhouse is another one of the, you know, like the solicitors. Names of firms of solicitors, like there's another one called Grab It, Snatch It and Run. Anyway, that's just my silly joke. But yeah, so that's interesting. There's all kinds of connections that people have, isn't there? Deborah's got one here. They keep coming up. It's a small world. Grab it, snatch it and run. Billy James, just copying and pasting. What they've scapegoated Lucy for sounds more systemically endemic. Donna Ockenden, more than 500 mothers and babies suffered avoidable harm or died due to failings. Yeah, that's a succinct way of putting it. Suffered avoidable harm or died, obviously. So that's a huge number, isn't it, really? It's hard to keep all the facts and dates in your head, isn't it? But when they were going back to the early 2000s, weren't they, for the Ockenden report, really? So it covers quite an extensive period. But yeah, there's, you know, David Davis is on Twitter. For people who aren't on Twitter and may not have seen it, he's saying, you know, this can't just be another review which just ends up being put in a drawer somewhere and saying, oh, wasn't it terrible, never again. I think Martin Pittman put up a tweet saying this from about 10 years ago, where the headline was "Never Again" in relation to maternity care. And so in other words, it can't be just another reprise of a never again situation where then nothing happens out of the review. So that's the feeling that's coming through there. Thanks for that, Billy. That's really helpful. When her review was published on Wednesday, it also revealed different care may have altered the outcome for 260 babies. So that's a fantastic point there. So that's 260 babies. So, you know, effectively, if you did the same thing vis-a-vis Countess of Chester Hospital, well, if there was a specific review related to COCH, how many babies may not have died or been harmed? And then, just to say, I don't think it should ever be like the hospital alone. It's got to be involving the whole network situation, because that's all part of it. And what's going on with the Welsh hospitals and the transport and the overwhelming of, or the potential overwhelming of those level 3 units. This is why I know Professor Gill says, you know, and I agree with this, that those years, that they were different, you know, they were different. And we haven't got all the metrics for them because, unfortunately, they don't want you finding out all the information. But I don't want to keep banging on about it. But, you know, there's some really, there was some considerable increases of births over that period of time, over the indictment period. So 20% increase of births from mums based in Wales. They may or may not be Welsh, but they're based in Wales, which is 20%. Obviously, you've got to consider what the 20% of what, but it's quite a large figure. So it amounts to 100 anyway, without telling you all the workings out. Again, it amounts to 120 extra births just from mums based in Wales across that indictment period. You know, Richard, I said Richard Gill, and he doth appeareth. Hi, Richard.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I
yeah.
said your name, and you were there.
Yeah, like magic. Yes,
it is fantastic. No, that's great, isn't it?
it is. Yes, that's a lovely way to spend a bit too sunny afternoon.
Well, it is hot. Is it hot there in Holland then?
It's very hot, but my house is very cool. It's 110 years old and has very high ceilings, and I'm on the ground floor, and so there's 2 floors above me, insulating me from the sun coming onto the roof.
Oh, that's really good, and that air
and we
effect.
don't have many windows actually down here downstairs, so and close by we have some lovely large wide avenue of lots of lime trees, so there's a kind of living green lung very close by.
Oh, that's marvelous. I saw this sort of infographic picture the other day on Twitter, and it showed the relative temperatures, like on the street and under trees, and it's such a difference, isn't it? It can be like 10 degrees difference, you know.
Yeah. So I just walked happily to the nearby supermarket and got some stuff for dinner, tonight's dinner, and back half a mile. Perfect. Really nice under the trees.
Oh, yeah. That's good. Oh, that's good.
You're kind of but I especially came in because you were talking about other people mentioning about the acuity of the babies. And Peter Elston has got data which almost nobody else has, but I believe the defense has it too, which actually, he talks about it in his recent videos, and he actually has information on the admissions and discharges of one kind or another of all the babies for 9 of the 13 months. That's a lot of babies. That's a lot of babies. We actually know and it includes many indictment babies.
Yes,
because the 9 months are the months in which there was an indictment case. So they're all included, and they're basically some quieter months missing when for instance, there have been some deaths, but they did not figure in the trial. Anyway,
yes.
so it's like the busy 9 months of the altogether 13, if you want to zoom in on just the Lucy Letby period, which of course is already, what's the word? Texas sharpshooter.
Yes, it
narrowing
is.
the focus to just those months. And
yes.
Of course, there are good excuses for not looking before and after, but still there's a lot that can be learned from looking before and after. Yeah. So there's I forget 400 and something babies were in the unit during those 9 months, and we know their birth weights, and we know their gestational ages, and some more stuff about them. And you can figure out what their chances are according to published statistical information. What is their chance to survive to full term, right? And so you have
I'm following that. Yeah,
and this is only 9 months, but anyway, this tells you about the babies who were there during those 9 months. Now, if you add up all those chances, this is a bit of maths going on here, that the sum of the probabilities for those 470 babies is an estimate of the number who would be expected to die before reaching full term.
Yes, I got that. Yeah.
Right. And the answer is it's big. It's similar to how many actually died.
Yes, right. Yes.
It's basically the same number. So it is absolutely, definitely the case. And I think this is the most shocking thing. Breary himself and an old, experienced guy like Gibbs should have known, if they didn't know they're criminally incompetent, but they should have known that there should be many deaths expected, many more than the 2 or 3 which they used to have, because they should have realized absolutely that things were very different, just the severity of the cases of the babies who were there. So they should have. Now, the fact that this number is the number expected is big, still there's a lot of variation around that. And so we statisticians like to talk about Poisson variation and so on. It's like if you have a lot of completely independent things, all with small probabilities, and you count how many actually happen, then that number has approximately a so-called Poisson distribution, named after a famous French mathematician. Nothing to do with fish at all.
I was going to say, it's not fishy at all.
No, it's not fishy at all. And brilliant mathematician from the 18th or 19th century, from foundation of probability theory, basically. Now, and so, for instance, if you would estimate, if the mean value would be 9, then the variance, not a technical term, would also be 9. The mean is equal to the variance. Now, the variance is not terribly interested, but the square root of the variance is the spread, typical spread. Square root of 9, I hope many people listening now realize square root of 9 is 3. Okay, so you could predict there would be 9 deaths, but you could say it could be easily 3 more or 3 less.
3 more or 3 less, and that's the variance. So it could be up. So can I just?
And I mean, if you'd be very careful, you'd say, well, it could be 2 times 3 more or 2 times 3 less. That would be the usual statisticians talk about 95% confidence interval, right? So it could have been 9 plus 6 or 9 minus 6. But anyway, what you expect is actually that it's fucking more than, fucking good deal more than the 2.5 in the past per year.
Yes,
and could easily be a whole lot more than that. And Breary and Gibbs should have realised that. I mean, Jairam was never there and was busy with his acting, so he should have as well. But
that's true.
I mean, but he's just a joker,
Richard, you probably said this, and sorry if I missed it, and
Yeah.
sorry to the chat, and sorry if I'm not keeping up with the comments. I'm sorry about that at the moment.
Yes,
but I will also say, no, but it's fantastic what you're saying there, Richard. And so included in the factors of the calculations is the fact of the number of multiple as a risk factor. Is that
well,
right?
actually, not yet.
Not yet. So it could even be more.
No,
so.
my God. So I mean, if you would bring that in, it would obviously be even more.
Yes. Well, there we are. Yeah.
And another thing is that if you would actually using the fact that some of the babies are multiples and twins, then you get very strong dependence between two babies. So the whole Poisson starts to break down anyway, actually, but it breaks down in the sense that the variability becomes less, I think. But I mean, so like the average value is still sort of right, but it screws up your impression of the variation. Well, it could screw it up in both ways. Like if you've got a triplet, and it's very likely that all three die or all three survive because they're so similar.
Yes.
Right. That means you easily get a variation of 3 more or 3 less than what you've expected by looking at each of those babies separately and not even taking account of if they're multiples. So it makes things more complicated, which just means it makes it even less clear. But we know that Breary and friends should have realized that those were very vulnerable triplets, identical monochorionic twins, and the triplet is really, really high risk. And why the hell were they born there? Well, presumably because Liverpool was a bit full, and you could say, well, it's okay to have them born at Chester. That's fine, provided the midwives and so on who are at the birth are good and know what to do, and provided the babies are rapidly transferred to a level 3 unit where they should have been born, preferably. But we know that went grandiosely wrong.
Yes, can I just ask something there? Because, and I know this might not ever be possible to render this into a mathematical element. It's well, possibly it would do, but you need a whole lot of data to compare the indictment period to previous times, and looking at the relative capacity of level 3 units, in other words, what they could receive at any given time, and then you've got to factor in the transport availability. So all of these things are contingent aspects as to increasing the likelihood that that there will be a spike during this indictment period.
Yes. Now, the more data you have, the more sophisticated statistical models you can build, and the more difficult it will be to build them, of course. Problem, I think, will be that nobody has the data which you want, or at least nobody is going to be prepared to give them to you. Like Embrace gets individual level data from all the hospitals, but they don't publish individual level data. Of course not, because you don't want anybody to be able to recognize that their baby is one of the ones in, and so on and so forth. And they don't. They only publish what we statisticians call aggregate data, right? They publish some total numbers and some averages and things. They even do statistical modeling.
Yeah.
But they have chosen which models to fit, and they don't allow you to ask to fit a different model.
Absolutely. I'm imagining you're aware of this, and I'm not sure if everyone in the chat is, but with Embrace data, when they're talking about mortality and deaths, it's not in respect of the place of death in terms of their data, it's the place of birth, so which further complicates matters.
For instance, yes, there are just so many really annoying data definition questions, and so different agencies have different data which doesn't fit together properly.
That's right.
So it's a big problem.
That's right.
Yeah. Now, and another thing is that Peter Elson also has that, and thanks to Dowie Evans.
Indeed.
Thanks to good old Dowie. He has Lucy Letby's complete roster chart.
Yes, indeed.
So he can, and he's done this in some recent videos, he has shown that she seems to be doing more shifts when it's more busy. Christ. Yeah. Which is easy to expect and to understand.
Yes, you'd expect
not
that.
necessarily because she does more shifts. Of course, she probably does like somewhat more than the average, but maybe the others do more than the average as well. But she's very flexible about being rescheduled. So when they're very tight for one particular evening or night or something, they'll just give her a call and she'll come in. Right?
Absolutely. So
she's like moved in there especially when the intensive care bits, the highest level of care babies parts are most full, because then you have to have, like officially, you have to have one-on-one nursing, right? In the I forget what it's called, one-on-one, and there's not many nurses who actually have the qualification for that. Now they can, and actually, I was told recently, they can put a nurse who's less qualified in that one-on-one care, but then they'll get a much more senior nurse to kind of overlook. So I'd say maybe from the bank or something like that. So it doesn't exactly happen like it sort of ought to happen, and there are ways to cope, and no doubt they coped the best they could, I should imagine. But it just becomes very understandable that she was doing shifts in the critical times when babies were likely to die, and they did, and we know why they did, because we know how seriously ill they were, and could easily have been more.
Well, exactly. So
maybe they were probably lucky that like one of the triplets survived. That's amazing.
Well, yes, but by going to a different hospital, essentially.
And indeed, the ones who were rapidly enough moved out, some of them did indeed recover. Isn't well, no, one of the insulin babies was like that, I think.
Well, there was one instance in which the baby was getting really incredibly unwell at COCH, begins to recover at the level 3, comes back to COCH, and then deteriorates.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Right. Killer nurse,
Well, Richard, is it what you were just saying just before? I just said that. Would it be a correct way of putting it that all shifts aren't equal? Basically, you can't give the same weight to a shift
all shifts are not equal
across a period of time.
Yes, all shifts are not equal, and that's a very important point. And the different shifts demand different kinds of nurses to be there. So shifts are not equal. Shifts are heterogeneous. Nurses are heterogeneous.
Yes.
Shifts and nurses are correlated. They're not independent. And I'm having a nice quarrel with my colleague, statistician John Quickly at the moment, because he's fit a model in which he's basically assuming that nurses are allocated to shifts, sort of simply according to like how many shifts they want to do, but with no correlation whatsoever with the shifts.
No, right.
And there are a couple of things wrong with that. One of the things which is very obviously wrong is that actually, and you can see it on the famous spreadsheet, if you look at the row totals, sorry, not turtles, the row totals must be the heat.
It's the heat.
You look at it's the heat, the row totals, sorry, you can see the difference between day shifts and night shifts.
Yeah.
And it is, and we can check, as we know if they're day or night. So you can see, indeed, at night there's usually 5 or 6 nurses, and in the day there may be 10 or something. Now, but what are those 10? They're not all intensive care nurses. No, exactly. Half of them are nurses doing administrative duties.
Yes.
Because there's lots of paperwork which has to be done and computer work. And who do you let do that? Well, you don't let your very expensive, very specialized most intensive care nurses do that. You use your bank nurses and your part-time nurses and your nurses who have a family and don't do any night shifts.
Yes, no,
right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So John is fitting a model and making predictions about that model, which is just manifestly false because it assumes that,
I know, and you could go into a further nuance, if I could put it that way, as to the level at any given time across any given shift, as to the level of doctor cover, of senior cover, or whether it's junior doctors there or trainee GPs, or what level of registrars are there, or how many other departments they're splitting across, in terms of.
Yeah, there are so many things you could do. And in my opinion, it's pretty impossible to do anything, though you could. I mean, like, it's useful to create statistical models which are approximations to reality, which show you that certain things should not be surprising.
Well, exactly. That, I think that was where I was going with it, is that you're trying to, and it's always going to elude you. You're trying to recapture a reality that's been, in a sense.
Yes.
As far as you can.
And we statisticians have a saying. We say all all models, because we make mathematical models of the real world, and they're just mathematical models. They're toys. You can play with them like toys. And we say all models are wrong, some are useful.
Yes, well, that's good, and that's a real kind of humility to that, because it's acknowledging that there'll always be a necessary deficit there. In some cases, because you can't get the information.
Yes. So anyway, I'm busy trying to convince John that his model is catastrophically wrong, not useful at all.
And how is he responding to that?
He's not happy about that.
Not happy about it.
Not happy at all. Of course not. Poor guy.
You've also seen, I noticed you responding to the video and on Twitter of this gentleman called Nick Barber, who's put out a video using statistical approach.
Yes, I certainly put a lot of. Now, he says in the beginning of his video that he's going to be looking at all the comments and will respond to all of them. Well, he hasn't responded to any of them, so that tells you something about him.
I saw one response. I saw one response from him, and it was just that emoticon with a crying, laughing thing. Which is
really? I didn't even see that. Yeah.
Well, that's the level of the response. Yeah.
Yeah, he's an arrogant arsehole. Now he's kind of not too bad at analyzing numbers, right? He's got a lot of experience in the financial sector. You could say like Peter Elston, right? I mean, he's good at looking at a lot of numbers, and he can compute some standard things from those numbers, and he can use the word Poisson distribution and sound learned.
Yes, and
I would say the statistical things he finds. Well, I mean, partly they're right. Lucy, as I was just saying, I mean, Lucy did get different kinds of shifts from other nurses, and so there is a correlation between deaths and Lucy there. There's an association, and correlation is not causation. There is some causation behind it. Causation is actually in the opposite direction. In this case, the likelihood of death is increasing the likelihood of presence, simply because of the hospital's own policies regarding rostering. The people making the rosters, following the rules, the way they do it ends up with Lucy getting bad shifts. That's one thing. Another thing he says there really was a spike. Well, I mean, he's right. Yeah, I've just told you there really was a spike.
Yeah,
I know why.
It's not we place ourselves in a false position if you're trying to argue that there wasn't a spike here. I don't see the point. You don't need to do that. You don't need to.
You don't need to do that at all. And like all the nurses knew it was busier than it's ever been before.
Well, and so did
doctors knew it was busier than ever before.
Yeah.
One of them wrote a letter to management saying we're on the verge of collapse here, right? So,
and children are going to die.
Of course, there was a spike, and of course, it has a cause. Now, and excuse me, I may say a word beginning with F, and a word beginning with F again, but I mean, those, you know what, beep consultants ought to have known why there was a spike. Yes. If they didn't, they're criminally incompetent. In my opinion, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. I'm sure they wouldn't. I'm sure they wouldn't get charged. Oh, hey, somebody else.
This is Deborah here. Welcome to. Yeah, absolutely agree with you. Welcome to the screen, Deborah. Lovely to see you.
Thank you, Mark.
Oh, nice to see you there.
Hi, Deborah.
Hi there. Hi there.
I'm Richard.
We're sweltering here.
It's very hot. Hi, and Carl's coming in as well.
Hi.
Nice to see you, Carl.
Nice to see you all.
Good to see you.
Hi, Carl.
We've got a full house here. We can have another 2 people as well. 6 maximum.
Right. Oh, wow. As long as we don't all talk at once.
Yes, but there's a lot to talk about.
My mouth got a bit.
No, but thank you, and welcome, Carl. Welcome, Deborah. And I started off the screen just to have a little bit of a recap. I started off talking about the potential utility and effects of the Ockenden report. How that's going to refocus a view on the Countess of Chester Hospital, because it's really looking at the failures of maternity care and neonatal care. And there's a lot of crossover already that you can see in the headlines of the Ockenden report. You know, so I don't know. Over to you guys.
Yes, and it's scandalous. It's scandalous that nobody in the news and nobody in government is saying a thing about the Lucy Letby case.
So, can I just say something?
Please, yes, thank you, Deborah. Yeah.
I was just going to say, issues with maternity services have been going on well before the Ockenden report. Yeah. One of the things that I was gibbering about in the comments was about a job that I used to do working for something called a community health council, which was a patient's watchdog. This was quite a while ago now, but we were patients' advocates basically, and we used to help members of the public get their complaints listened to and support them during the during NHS complaints procedures. And one of the things that I was getting around to saying was that one year in the CHC that I worked in, CHC is the abbreviation for Community Health Council, we got an awful lot of complaints about maternity services. So many of them that the lady who was my deputy sort of nudged me and said, "What are we going to do about this?" And also it had somehow been leaked to BBC Panorama about this particular issue in the particular hospital where my CHC was supposed to be monitoring. And Panorama rang me up and asked me if I had a comment about it. And because I was a bit starstruck, I went further than just commenting. I agreed to be interviewed outside the hospital. And I also sent anonymised copies of the complaints by fax across to the Panorama people. And all hell broke loose. The first thing that happened was that the chief executive of the hospital got hold of my chairman and said, did you know your chief officer is talking to the panorama? And unfortunately, she didn't know because I hadn't told her. It was a calculated risk I'd taken because I thought if I tell her, she might stop me, and I didn't want her to stop me. Anyway, she then got on the line to me and her feathers were well and truly ruffled that I'd had the temerity to go and get filmed on camera panorama. And in the end, I almost lost my job over it. But at least we had our moment in the sun, so to speak. I didn't lose my job, but it's one of the reasons why I'm very sympathetic to Lucy Letby. I know very much how easy it is for managers and medical staff to bully anybody who puts their head above the parapet. And yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Deborah. That really puts it into a context, and it reminds me, Martin Pittman on Twitter today put up a headline from, I think, over 10 years ago, which was in relation to maternity services, and the headline is like, never again, basically. But he's saying we keep having these never again events every 10 years or so, you know. Carl, have you got some thoughts about this, like the Ockenden report aspect of it, or anything else actually at all?
Well, I literally have only just heard about this Ockenden report from yourself. I didn't know about it. And I just Googled it whilst we were here chatting. And it seemed like it was done or started in 2017 and finished in 2022. Is that correct?
It's been 4 years. The last 4 years it's been in progress, yeah.
And it seems like it's totally relevant to the Lucy Letby case. What I'm trying to understand is why didn't her defense team, or did the judge prevent the defense team from using it as, you know, a part of her defense?
I suppose it's only just been, in other words, a bit like the Thirlwall, which we're not sure that's ever going to reach a conclusion. At the time of the trial, the Ockenden report was kind of ongoing. It hadn't reported.
It hadn't finished?
Yes, it's only just it only came out on Wednesday, actually.
Because on Google or on Wikipedia, it says it was published in 2022. That's what it says on Wikipedia. So I don't know. So,
yeah, it might be.
She said various different inquiries. There are several
different ones. So the one that I looked up, let's see I think that was something like Shrewsbury. Let's see, where was it? I can't even see now. Where is it? So I think it was somewhere like Shrewsbury.
She wanted the job to do another one because she did such a good job on that.
Okay, Shrewsbury and Telford. So that was into the maternity services at Shrewsbury and Telford.
Yes.
So I mean, even that, because that was published. So there's obviously this new Ockenden report should be called Ockenden Report number 2 or something, because it's another damning report about the maternity services in the UK. But even this Shrewsbury and Telford one, surely that could have been used, because Shrewsbury and Telford aren't massively far from Chester.
Yeah, it's a great point. They should
geographically, aren't they just below Chester?
I don't know now.
I can't hear you.
Look. Am I muted? No, I'm not muted.
Sound?
I don't know. It could be your sound. Can you hear me?
No,
Richard.
Can't hear you at all.
Richard can hear me.
You can hear all three of us. I can only hear you. I can hear you, Richard, but I can't hear Mark.
Yeah. I'll come out. I'll come out, and then
maybe it's something to do with my system. I'm not sure.
I'll try and come out.
Oh, we've lost him.
Hi.
We've hijacked.
We're taking it over now. Who should we invite?
Can you hear me now? I came out and came in again.
Still can't hear you.
Can't hear me. But Richard can. Maybe
must be my.
Yeah, we're having some technical problems. It could be the heat.
Let me just see it. Maybe if I go to YouTube on my phone, I can listen somehow, and
it might echo though. What I'm going to take Carl out, and then I'm going to add him again.
Maybe I'm back.
Are you?
Still can't hear.
Yes. You still can't hear? No. I tried taking.
Weird. I think someone in the CPS or someone is
Brigade,
infiltrating our stream.
Could be.
And
it could
hijacking, damaging it.
Yeah, that's right. But well, please.
What about in the chat? Can people hear all of us, or?
Let me put that down
there.
Can other people hear all of us?
Oh, where's my?
Let me just see.
Let me put that.
Yeah,
down
see.
there.
Oh, yeah, I can hear him. So on YouTube, I can hear you, but I can't hear you on StreamYard.
Yeah, I'm going to try to come out.
So, God only. Maybe I need to come out. Do I need to come out and come back in? Or I'll come out and come back in, or something. Maybe that's the answer. If I can, yeah, let's just go. No, that's English.
Hello, can you hear? You can hear me, Richard? You've not had a problem with?
No.
It's funny the old technical stuff, isn't it?
I'm on the StreamYard thing.
And then Deborah says device is not connected, so that might be a different issue. But that was interesting what Deborah was saying, contextualizing it over time, wasn't it?
Wanted to say, so I imagine she stepped out when she was finished.
Yeah, so that's possible. Maybe it's disconnected, and hopefully Deborah may come back. So Carl, you're back in the room.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, so, fantastic!
So the fault must be at my end, because I could hear you on YouTube when I went to try it, but I couldn't hear you through this. So maybe my system is playing up. But
it's a bit strange in a way that you'd hear Richard but not me, isn't it?
It's funny. Yeah. I've never heard that.
Yeah,
it's weird.
Well, some of us have the power,
Richard's got the power in Holland.
Can I just say very quickly, Richard?
Please,
you know that wine that you had the other day?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually managed to find it in the co-op. So I bought it. I don't drink, but my girlfriend wanted to have a glass of wine at the weekend, so went and sought it out and bought it and tried it, and it was actually really nice.
And your girlfriend liked it.
She loved it.
That's the important thing, of course. Yes, great, good.
So you turned into an alcoholic now.
Oh God, yeah.
Should we buy it all the time?
Sorry, Carl.
Those out of jail make everybody else alcoholics.
But I was saying, so there seems to be these two different Ockenden reports. So I was reading up on a different one to the one you're talking about now.
Yeah, I think that may be a previous thing, but this one's come out and it's really hit the headlines in a massive way now. And so earlier in the stream, I don't know who's heard what, but I was there's a tweeter on the Twitter who listed some of the bullet points of the Ockenden report that's just come out on Wednesday, and some of them are very, very similar to the issues going on at Countess of Chester. So we're looking at problems with intubations. And there was another picture that I saw of some of the other part of the report, which was talking about sepsis caused by Pseudomonas. So there's a lot of crossover here,
Wow, that's quite serious. And I mean, it's something I'm hoping that the CCRC are, well, obviously they're going to be aware of it, that they're going to actually take it into account when making a decision as to whether to refer the case back and the speed at which they refer the case back, because obviously this was something that was completely dismissed during their trial as being relevant, and clearly it is totally relevant and should have been taken more seriously. And the judge was obviously in error. Let's just say he was in error for now.
Yes, absolutely.
Sorry, I want to say that the judge was such an idiot. He doesn't know anything about medicine. He said, look, none of the babies died of, what's his name? Aeruginosis. Pseudomonas. None of the babies died of Pseudomonas. And of course, some of them died with various infections, with pneumonia, or with sepsis. But that doesn't mean that they died of this, that, or the other. I mean, this is just stupid reasoning. But technically, it's correct. The defense didn't argue and couldn't argue that babies had died of Pseudomonas. And they should have had an expert who could have explained how that could have gone and what pseudomonas could have had to do with it, because of, because of the microfilms and this, that, and the other, because it makes these biofilms, which are lovely places for really nasty, even more nasty viruses to hang around.
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely.
And it took me a long time to find out, well, not everything, but enough to know about these things that I sort of feel confident a bit about it. I mean, Pseudomonas aeruginosa is in your garden in the ground, and if you don't have it there, your plants will die. And once if you do a bit of gardening, it'll be on your hands, and you may or may not wash your hands or put them in your mouth. It's not going to hurt you. But the thing is, it can hurt
compromised.
Yes.
Compromised,
Yeah.
or undeveloped,
really sick,
depressed and compromised
people, including babies with compromised immune systems. It can, but basically everything, all the other things like pneumonia and so on will as well.
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons I originally came to this whole sort of YouTube talking about Lucy Letby was because my daughter was in special care for 8 weeks when she was born. She was premature and she had an underdeveloped immune system. And I mean, they were so fussy about even us as parents touching her. It's constantly, every time you touch anything, you go and wash your hand before touching the child. And, they policed it like, the military, to make sure that we didn't put any children at risk. And still, children passed away because their immune systems there were probably things floating in the air, all sorts of reasons why these children could suddenly, they're just very, very fragile.
Yeah.
And that, I think that's what annoyed me, because immediately when I think I watched an interview with Dowie Evans where he said babies don't just suddenly crash, and that was it. I don't know what it was. I just felt like I was going to explode at the TV, and I thought, now I'm going to have to do a YouTube video. I can't take this. He's talking absolute shite, and he's supposed to be a doctor.
Well, exactly, Carl. I remember that first video you did, and what you're saying there is reminiscent of what Michelle Warden says in the interview she's had with Stuart Gillam and Chris, in which she says, vis-a-vis baby K, she would have been doing exactly the same. You don't put your hands in there straight away. You're observing and seeing what happens initially. So this idea about standing there doing nothing is a complete misnomer in that situation. You don't always react and start going in there and touching the baby unnecessarily.
And also,
it shows how little Dowie Evans knows about life in an intensive care unit. Right?
for an expert witness, But I mean, also the fact that sewage was backing into the sink in the ward. I mean, if that had been happening in the sink in the maternity ward where my daughter was, I don't think she'd be here today, because I was constantly washing my hands in the sink. So I would have been spreading Pseudomonas to her as I washed my hands. That would have killed her. I mean, I have no doubt in my mind that would have killed her. So it just beggars belief that they think it's okay, and it would have no effect on these children, that there was all this sewage backing in. I mean, it's just crazy.
It is. And in light of that, just talking about what Richard was talking about earlier, about building this mathematical model to take into consideration all these factors which should make the consultants not be surprised that there's an increase in deaths. Richard, I was going to ask you, from what Carl was saying.
Shall I summarize that for Carl?
Well, if you could, but can I just add this extra query? It's in relation to how do you begin to quantify the expectation of increase of deaths with an environmental problem like Carl's outlining there, in terms of the threats there on the unit?
Well, my short answer to that is I have no idea, and you have to be wise, and you have to talk to experts and do something which experts in the field will kind of agree with. Like, I have thought for a long time what I wanted to do was to make a list of the babies we know something about, and then ask some medical experts, what is the chance that these babies, each one separately, would survive to full gestation in a grotty level 2 unit? That's one question. And same question for a decent level 3 unit. And then add those numbers and prepare them, because the sum of the experts' best guesses, given what they know, is a prediction of the total number they should have expected. That's some simple maths. It's like, you know, like you can add up things in 2 different ways. In a spreadsheet, the row sums will add up to the same thing as the column sums. So you can do it by baby, or you can, like, whatever. Anyway, I mean, it's just addition is commutative. You know, 1 plus 2 equals 2 plus 1. Most of us kind of know that, and that's the basis of some simple tricks like this.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, so I would use expert advice to do it. I would talk to a number of real expert neonatologists and say, well, what would you say? What would your expectation be? You know, like, I mean, what would you tell the parent? and what would you tell the parents if you dared to be honest to them? Right, that's different. That's different from what they tell the parents. I noticed. I think Martin Pittman the other day talking about the baby saying, "Yeah, I mean, this one had a good chance." Well, I don't know what his definition of a good chance is, but it's not my definition of a good chance. I mean, it's some chance.
They want to give the parents some hope. They don't want to distress them too much.
They want to give the parents hope, and there's no point in getting them into a panic and into despair and so on. So you give them some hope, and they're so used to doing that they can't also give a kind of the objective guess which they would give to one of their colleagues. Right, what they would say to one another in private is different from what they say to the parents.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, but what I had been talking about earlier, and to make it short, is basically following up on what Peter Elston has been put out some, I think, brilliant videos recently, and he has got data of the admissions. The times of admission of all the babies in that unit for 9 of the 13 months.
Wow.
And the defense has this. And and he's just got it. And it tells like when they were admitted, when they were discharged, you know, and how they were discharged. Can be in a sinister or sad way, but some of them grow and go home. When they're discharged, and it contains birth weight, and it contains gestational age. Now, if you know, and I think there's like 450 babies, so he knows about 450 babies.
Wow.
for 9 months of the total. And now, if you could just go to Google AI and ask Google AI, suppose a baby is born with this birth weight and at this gestational age, what is its chance of reaching to full term? And Google AI will tell you, and it will also give references to various scientific publications where it got that information from. And so, but you can also just go to an AI and ask in general, okay, in general, what's the formula for predicting the chance given gestational age and birth weight? And Google AI and the other AIs, they give you a perfectly decent formula. Now just apply that to 430 babies, and you have 430 probabilities of reaching full term.
Mm-hmm.
Add them, and you have an estimate of the number of those babies whom you would have expected, given what I've told you about them, the number you would expect to reach full term. Now, it's stunning. The number is like the number of deaths there were, and it's kind of suspiciously close to that number, actually. It shouldn't have been so close, because there's a whole variation around, which you can estimate statistically too. And like if you estimate that the number is going to be, say, 10, well, it's about 9. The square root of 9 is 3. So the estimate really should be 9 plus or minus 3. 3 would be a typical error. And actually possible error could be 9 plus or minus 2 times 3. Right? So it could have been as low as only 3. Much more likely it was about 9. Well, now it seems to me that Dr. Breary, if he's a good neonatal intensive care, if he were a good neonatologist, he would know that. He should know that. Gibbs should know that from his long experience. They're both pediatricians. Gibbs has years of experience. Breary is giving a hospital individual baby level data to Embrace UK for Embrace UK to do statistics for the whole England and Wales. Right, and on his laptop he has like a control room where he can actually look at all the data in Embrace, because he's part of the Embrace organization. His name is on their publications. So I'm sorry I'm going to say it, fucking should have known. And that so many babies could easily have died given their initial states, and without even taking account of the further special, bad things they had, like monochorionic triplets with twin-to-twin transfusion syndrome. I mean, right, those babies needed to have been born at a level 3 unit, and they needed to have been, if not, they needed to, of course, babies occasionally get born in fields and so on, but you need to transfer them instantly to a level 3 unit. And Breary should have realized that. That's why he's so upset, of course, because he knows he should have known that.
Yeah.
And he and the others have basically told lies to the police unknowingly. I mean, I think. But
I think that's the story.
Being lies, but I don't know if you have to prove intent, right?
But I think that's the story of the whole case, is that the only reason it ever went to court was because the consultants were lying. If they hadn't been telling lies, the case would never have got to court. They needed because when they were telling the truth, the police said there's nothing to investigate. Yeah. But when they changed their story, then the police said, all right, we'll take this on now. And I don't understand. Police didn't figure, hold on, they said one thing one day and now they're saying something completely different. We've got a problem here.
Yeah.
That's right.
Instead, they already saw the prizes they were going to receive,
Well, yeah, all the overtime.
We have our own Bear Valets. We're going to get famous, just like the guys were who did the investigation at Valets Hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that thing that Dr. Steve Watts says, ideally, you should be approaching everybody with a kind of, you're not going to believe anybody situation until you've proven.
Yeah, he has an ABC, right?
Yeah, ABC, yeah.
A, B, and CR. Believe nothing, check everything, assume nothing. Assume nothing, believe nothing, check everything.
Which I don't think they did any of that, did they?
No, they did the opposite of all three.
Yeah,
they jumped to assumptions. They believed what various people whose credibility should have been ascertained. They believed them.
But I ask this question every time I join one of Mark's live streams. When do you think the case will be, or the CCRC will make a decision on whether to refer it to the Court of Appeal?
My guess is this year.
I think it will be this year. I hope and think it will be this year.
And I hope, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but
it would be a great shame if it wasn't.
How about you, Carl, and everyone in the chat? What does everyone think as well in the chat?
I think before the end of the year, but I also think that we need to keep up the pressure on the CCRC. They keep saying, no, we're not going to bend to, external pressure and all this nonsense. Of course they are. Because if they get embarrassed and shamed, MPs are going to sort of start, because MPs are the ones who can make them do stuff, just like with the postmaster's case.
Yeah.
It's because the media got on the case of the post office investigations and on the CPS's case over wrongfully prosecuting the postmasters and hiding the fact that their computer system was faulty. And that's what put the pressure on them to refer the case back to the Court of Appeal. With Andrew Malcolmson, again, it was media pressure. You know, like once you've got the BBC and Netflix and all these other people on your side, then MPs are going to intervene. There's no question about it. MPs are going to intervene because it looks bad. And they don't want the public to lose trust in them.
Yeah, they want the public to vote for them again next year.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think we should ignore the CCRC, just like we ignored Lady Thirlwell saying, "Oh, all the noise, it's not going to stop me from doing my inquiry." Now all the noise has made her kick the inquiry down the road. If we hadn't made the noise, she would have published a load of crap already.
Yes.
Well,
I think the noise does put these organisations on their toes. They realise, I mean, they realise they have to do a serious and careful job.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
And I hope they are doing a serious and a careful job, because it's got to be absolutely clear down the road that Lucy Letby really is innocent and is rightly released, etc., and gets compensation, not just because of a crowd of gals and misfits.
But I think even with the CCRC, they don't even need to prove that she's innocent. All they need to prove is that there was enough reasonable doubt for the verdict to have gone the other way.
Exactly. Yes.
And that's all they need. So
and they have to come up with some sort of excuses why the evidence, which is new, which isn't really new, but the explanation of the evidence is new. They've got to do some legal work to write the right formulas, referring to the right cases in the past, to help the Court of Appeal to do the right thing.
But
because they're going to have to decide to either retry the case or to quash it straight out. But they also have got to fill in their. They've got to write their report as well, and it's got to look convincing to other lawyers.
Yeah, but I think
there's separation of the powers, you know, and so on and so forth, and they have got to show that they too are doing a very careful job and following the rules.
But the second case that Lucy was convicted of, was that Baby K? The second trial.
The insulin babies were the first two they agreed on. Baby K was no.
The second,
Baby K was last, wasn't it? I mean, Baby K was a retrial.
Yeah, I think that's what Carl's asking. Yeah, retrial was Baby K. Yeah,
and was that the one where Ravi Jairam claimed that he walked in on?
Yeah, that's right.
So that one is all immediately. That should be referred. If nothing else, that should have been referred already because of his email. That's game over for that one.
Yeah,
that's done and dusted as far as because that's new evidence that was not used in the trial. And if the jury had seen that, they'd have known he was a complete and utter liar, and that would have been the end of that.
And absolutely. And just to tie the things together a bit in terms of that issue, and Thirlwell are in a bit of a hole. So with the journalist Clusi de Oliveira does a lot on Twitter and was part of the New Yorker article, the research for it. She wrote to Thirlwell over a year ago saying, when did you have a copy of that email from Jairam to his mate saying Lucy Letby asked me to come in to see Baby K? And if you had it before the retrial, why didn't you pass it to the court? Why didn't you do that? And they've completely stonewalled Clusi for over a year, so they're in a bit of a hole with that at the moment as well.
But
so
that
has to be resolved, you know.
But that could be because they cannot. I mean, having worked in the civil service, I know that could be because the CPS can't actually answer that question until they take disciplinary action against any member of staff who hid that. Because it's a criminal offence to hide evidence in a case, in the disclosure process. If they knew it was there, they had it on their table and they never passed it to the defence or to the court, they committed a criminal offence. So they then have to decide, first of all, before it gets in the public domain, what we're going to do about the members of staff or the member of staff who did this. And they have to then follow that whole procedure, go through the unions and everything before they can answer that question. Because if they go to the press first, they've already told that member of staff, we're going to do something about you. But they need to do it first, because it's like unfair. It's actually unfair in the disciplinary process not to follow that first before going public.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I mean they ended up disclosing it to the police because it was a disclosable piece of information, but that was post the retrial. So Lucy Letby had already been convicted, but I think one of their potential ways out is the idea that we had it, but we didn't know we had it, as it were. In other words, we had all this huge amount of information, but we didn't explicitly realize its import until it was disclosed to actually it was the police that flagged it up.
But
when they got information from Thirlwall.
I'll interject here because obviously, as you know, I used to be a fraud officer, and we used to do big Crown Court case, Old Bailey Crown Court cases, and what you have is a bundle, or like a case paper. It would be a prosecution file. You'll have a prosecution file, and it literally will have every single item that's ever been passed, even if it's rubbish and of no use. It will be exhibited in that bundle. It will be numbered, it will be tagged, it will be copied. And all you do when you're starting the process of the prosecution and referring it to the court and it gets accepted is you photocopy that whole bundle and you send it to the defense. You don't say, oh, I'll take that page out and I'll take that page out. It's all there. It's always there. So that email would have been there all the time, unless the Countess of Chester gave it to them after the trial. That paperwork would have been in, so they would have actually had to actively remove it from the bundle, which is a criminal offence, before passing it to the defence and to the court.
Yes, I mean I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure on the timeline. The reason why I'm not sure is because the request that Clusi de Oliveira is making to Thirlwall isn't being answered. In other words, that's the missing bit of the puzzle piece now, that they've got to Thirlwall, this is Thirlwall now, Thirlwall have got to explicitly acknowledge A, that they had it, and B, that they knew they had it. And obviously the B part of it is the thing that gets them into trouble, but they haven't even acknowledged the date that they had it, whether it was during the retrial of Baby K or prior to it. So they're stonewalling at the moment, but it's a problem that they will have to resolve.
But also there is a kind of footprint for referring evidence to the CPS. So every document, there will be a record of when that document was, like, it will be on a computer system when that document was passed to the CPS. So they know what date that evidence was passed to the CPS. And they know that once that document arrives, it's just like there's nothing else that can happen to that document. Unless it fell behind the filing cabinet, there's nothing else that could happen to that document than it going into the prosecution file. And then it would never be taken out of the prosecution file other than for photocopying to send to the defense and to the court. It would never, ever be taken out of that prosecution file. So the only explanation that would get them out of trouble is if the Countess of Chester withheld that evidence until after the trial. That's the only, anything else, and someone in the CPS is in unbelievable trouble and could get prosecuted for a criminal offence.
If I've understood it right, it's not gone through the channels of the CPS in terms of, this is how I've understood it, is that it's a big tranche of want of information that Thirlwall has originally requested from Countess of Chester, so they receive it. Meanwhile, Operation Duet, which is the cousin program of Operation Hummingbird, which is about the management, that they make a request of some of Thirlwall's information, and then one of the detectives apparently says, "Oh, look at this! This is disclosable." But that part of it, that end part, happens post the end of the trial, so it's too late, as it were. So, but they have to disclose that they've seen it. You see what
but the most important thing is that's new evidence because it was not available to the defense during the trial.
Oh yeah.
So it's actual grounds for Baby K case to be referred. So no matter what happens, Baby K's case has to be referred back to the Court of Appeal.
Oh yes, I would say so. And I mean, this is what you're saying there is very much underlined by the, I won't say the appeal because it was the application for leave to appeal. It was that person saying, no, we're not going to do this, but but Dr. Jayaram's evidence. But no, sorry, that's something separate. I think I don't think he was aware of this email. I think he was talking about all the timings. That Dr. Jayaram's an unreliable witness per se, isn't he?
Oh yeah, no, he was. Yeah, that's what you mean in the summing up of rejecting the
of rejecting the retrial leave to appeal application. Yeah.
That was more to do with the inconsistencies in his evidence.
Yes,
but not to. But at that point, they didn't know about this email when they said that.
I don't think so. Sometimes it gets mixed up in my head.
I'm pretty sure it didn't. So I'm sure it came out. It was like, I remember reading about it in the newspaper. It was like, this big breakthrough that this email has been uncovered, and that was well after the Court of Appeal had rejected the application.
Thanks, Carl. No, I'm just going to check out the date on that. I'd be just interested. Come out regarding Lucy. Well, you have to be careful with AI, I know, though.
But I remember it from the chronology of my videos, and I remember.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So this is talking about the date. It was the 4th of May that he sent that. So this thing it's all about his memory being it's nothing to do with his memory because it was only like 11 days between. It was 11 days between him sending that email until the 15th of May, where he rocks up there with Breary and Dr. Holt and spins this yarn.
That's what I said.
It's 11 days.
It's got nothing to do with memory. It's about lying because they changed.
It's about it's a lying problem, not a memory problem.
It's nothing to do unless he's got Alzheimer's and he forgot, like he forgets, what his name is from day to day. This is totally about him lying. But we've seen from the way he's given evidence that he is a compulsive liar, So in my view, I'll say this allegedly from my point of view, he can come and sue me. Nothing to do with Mark Mays or Richard Gill. Come and sue me, please.
No, he's what is it? Economical with the truth, or he's guilty. I think Churchill once said, because in the Parliament you're not allowed to call someone a liar, and I think he said about another politician, "Oh, you're guilty of a terminological inexactitude." That's the way he got it. So yeah, he's guilty of terminological inexactitudes. Yeah.
Or what was the guy? Was it Rumsfeld or so? Whatever his name is, the guy, military guy, or the politician in America? The truths that we don't know and we do know some nonsense that made up during the Iraq War or something.
Yeah, he said there's known unknowns, there's unknown knowns, and there's unknown unknowns. He went on this. The unknown unknowns is the thing that is a bit of a head spinner, because what is that? As a mathematician, Richard, what is an unknown unknown?
That's the stuff.
That's the stuff we don't know, which is basically everything. If you, I mean, in physics, we know absolutely nothing, and our point of view is extremely us-based, and nature may be fooling us.
Well, no, I think the unknown unknowns are the things that don't exist yet because we haven't manufactured them yet. Like the lies that don't exist yet. That's the unknown.
Yeah. It's an interesting thing to consider that in relation to this case, the unknown unknowns. I think there are a lot of known unknowns, and this goes back to what I was saying with Richard earlier about all the data that we could do with having, but they won't let us have it. And Richard, they're not going to let us have this data.
But those are not unknown unknowns, because
they're not unknown. They're unknown.
Exist, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They're not unknown
unknowns. By definition, we couldn't possibly imagine that they are what they are, and that they would make a huge difference.
Yeah.
No, I mean that they are specifically known unknowns, and so things in relation to this are all the data points about the movement of babies between the Welsh Betsy Cadwallader Welsh Board and the Northwest Network, and then everything that's happening in all those hospitals in the Northwest Network. That they're all data points that if you as a mathematician, Richard, could build up an incredible picture if you had all that stuff. Well, I think you could. It take a few years,
no,
because
you see, the more things you don't know, and the more complicated your models are to take care of them, the more parameters you have to introduce, the more numbers have to be given values, right? What is the effect of this on this? Okay, and the more things you have to guess, the result is going to be that you're going to fit the data perfectly, but have zero predictive value. Because it's like you have lots of points. Well, and if you let me draw a very wiggly curve, I can put a wiggly curve exactly through all those points. But it's not going to do very well at guessing the values between the points.
Am I understanding this right, Richard? Are you saying by that you can flood the zone with too many points, and that takes you away from any kind of overall or broad term perspective on it? Is that what you're saying? Or it's not that, is it?
No, it's not. Well, we call it. This is bias versus variance. The more uncertainties you admit, okay, the more uncertain your prediction is going to be. And if you don't admit some uncertainties, you will probably be biased a bit wrong. You will be wrong, right? Because you're not taking account of things which might be important. So your prediction will be biased. But a small amount of bias, it's a trade-off. You can have less variation and more bias, or the other way around. And what we do in statistics all the time is like making our models of sufficient complexity that they fit to the data reasonably well, but they don't overfit to the data. Because if you put too many parameters into your model, you are trying to take account of so many different phenomena, none of which you know exactly, right? Every time you put in a new factor, it's got to have a size. So that every time you add another feature, you've got another thing to estimate. And every time you estimate, you're going to make a bit of an error. Sort of statistical error, right? What is the average weight of men in the UK of some age? You take a sample. If it's only 100 people and you take the average, that's not the true weight. It depends on which 100 you took.
You probably need, the bigger the sample size, the closer you're going to get to the.
Yeah. Well, the bigger the sample size, you slowly get more accurate.
Yeah.
But actually, in order to get 10 times more accurate, you need 100 times bigger sample size. People don't realize that. So many times doctors have come to me with like 40 patients in the beginning of the corona epidemic. And look, my hydroxychloroquine with ... blah, blah, is doing fantastically on my 40 patients. But they're just 40 patients. They're all different ages, different comorbidities. There's men and there's women. By the time I start taking account of the things that I ought to take account of, I can't do anything with 40. And basically, I need like 100 times more to do anything, like 4,000. Then you can begin to do something. Maybe 40,000 is better. So, when they do clinical trials of medicines, you do that with multi-center clinical trials with hundreds of patients from, or maybe even thousands, from 10 or maybe 20 or 50 units. And you have to do very clever statistics putting all these different things together. But you basically need to have thousands or tens of thousands of patients to prove that a new treatment is useful for cancer or whatever. And if you don't do it properly, it won't even get it won't pass the what's it? I mean, it has to be approved, right, by the authorities. So you have had to do a really, really good statistical experiment, a multi-center randomized double-blind clinical trial, preferably thousands of patients. Then you can get reasonable proof, reasonable evidence that something is the right thing to give to more patients.
Mm-hmm.
But on just like 40 patients or 100, no. It's sort of a waste of time. You'll mostly be running after, what do you call it? Like a false alarm.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's exactly what happened with the hydroxyquine business there was also an AZT or something, some other medication. Remember there were those fans of Trump who heard about hydroxychloroquine and decided to go and drink bleach out of their shed because there's chlorine in it, and they died.
Oh, that's It's,
this is called survival of the fittest. Though I suspect they were like too old to procreate, so it's not survival of the fittest. Yeah,
it's. I mean, I don't want to sweat it too much from my perspective because I get lost with this. But are you kind of generally saying there, based on what you said earlier, Richard, that this model that you're trying to create with the data that Peter Elston's got this data is that if you add too many factors into it, that it becomes less defendable in a way for you to say,
well, become less defendable. You can say, well, I'm taking, you'll be able to say, look, I'm taking account of this and this and this. So isn't that great? I'm taking account of twins and triplets and this, that, and the other. But the own standard errors which you give, the prediction errors which you give, the variability which you have to write down to report to the user will have got bigger. So when you honestly report your results, they will be less impressive. I mean, less useful. They will be less useful because they will have such wide intervals around these things.
I don't know, Carl, whether you've seen that video by this guy called Nick Barber. He's got a channel where this is the only video he's done on it. It's ostensibly under a true crime kind of heading, and it's a kind of an apparent statistical approach. Richard has looked into this, where he says, I wanted to believe Lucy Letby is innocent, but I can't do that, and she's probably guilty. And he's done it on a statistical model. But Richard has challenged us, right, isn't it, Richard? I don't know if you've seen that, Carl. I think. Are you muted?
Yeah.
You're muted.
Yeah. No, I haven't seen it. I think if I'd seen it, I would have probably, even though I'm no expert in statistics, I would have made a reaction video to it because I know straight away it's junk based on what we know. The things that we've seen over the last 18 months or so that prove that what I would say that it proves there's not enough evidence to convict her of the things she's been convicted of. They've not produced any. There's not a single smoking gun, and I don't think you can, even if his statistical analysis was accurate, I don't think you can prosecute someone on statistics alone. I think that's a mad thing to do. You need to have.
I agree.
You need to have
though, when we send people to jail on basis of DNA, we're actually sending them on basis of statistics.
Yeah.
So I mean,
but I just don't think it's ethical to set, because what you're doing, if you're sending someone to prison on statistics, you're sending them to prison on probability, which then comes into the balance of probability, which is the civil standard of making a decision as to whether someone's innocent or guilty. So you're now dealing with a civil case when it's actually a criminal case, and the criminal standard is beyond reasonable doubt, which is slightly higher than probability, if you know what I mean.
Yes. Is that ever expressed as a percentage? I don't. Is it like for the civil trial? What is that? Is like you need to be more sure than you're not? Is that like over 50%?
It really is. Yeah.
And
civil law lawyers and civil law judges are actually much more number savvy than criminal law lawyers and judges, and are able to do quite complicated statistical calculations, which they have to, especially in things about financial crimes and so on. So there's much more intelligence in civil law regarding financial crimes than there is in criminal law. Yeah.
I mean, they've got to show, beyond the idea that if such and such a thing happened, this person was likely or not likely to have done it. The first port of call should be that the thing happened in the first place, and it's that they didn't do.
Isn't that called habeas corpus?
Yeah,
I mean, you have to have a body before you can talk about murder.
Yeah.
Yes, and that used to be, I can't remember who did the video a long time ago, but it was just the idea you've got to, and going back, this Carl was talking about this earlier, when the police, to be fair to everybody concerned here, their first reaction was to say, well, there's no evidence of any wrongdoing here.
Yeah.
But they had to be piqued, aka lied to. But then they become incredibly credulous, and then it's not to get them off the hook with that, but their initial response was okay, I suppose.
Yeah, I think so, and I think in these nurse cases you must have sort of hard medical evidence, as far as medical evidence is hard, or hard forensic evidence as far as it is hard, but that there actually is a crime, that actually has been a crime, and then then the police are good at finding out who did it. They're not good at finding out whether or not there was a crime. That's not
especially when it's in a field like if it's finance or if it's medicine or some specialized field, then.
But I think it was Jenny might have said it some time ago on a live stream, but or someone else may have said it, that if you work in a hospital, you're around death all the time. So if somebody dies, it's not unusual. So the police were treating the deaths of babies as unusual when it's not unusual for people to die in hospitals.
Yes.
That's why they're in the hospital, because there's a risk that they might die. So the surprise sometimes should be the ones who survive when there's all these things going wrong in the ward. How did these babies survive, rather than how did these babies die?
Well, that's absolutely right, Carl. And you've got Paul Hughes there saying, well, I didn't believe, it's like he can't believe what he's been told, because it's a load of rubbish, obviously, but he's been told nothing ever unexpected happens. Everybody knows when there's going to be a collapse. Everybody knows when there's going to be a death, and they're all ready for it. That's effectively what he's saying in the hummingbird video, which is a load of bollocks, obviously. But the fact that he swallows that so readily is a problem, isn't it? Because it's not common sense tells you that can't be the case. Surely it can't be the case, can it? Well, it isn't the case. It's not.
Isn't the case unless a baby was either extremely sick to the point where they were almost on death's door, or if the baby was ready to be released from the hospital. And so they knew nothing was going to happen because they'd already said, all right, they're in the clear. Those are the only two extremes. Everything else is just great. Everything else is great. You don't know which way this baby might go.
Well, absolutely. And just bringing the Ockenden report back into this is where they're thinking, well into the hundreds of babies that may have lived, should have lived, actually. And so what does that tell you? That unexpected or unnecessary things happening all the time throughout neonatal care and maternity care, isn't it? I mean, in reality, rather than in somebody's an idea that they've just been told. But he was told that because it all fitted in with the murderer narrative, And he swallowed it because it fits in with the murder narrative, because he doesn't have to think any further then, does he?
No. But one of the other things I am constantly thinking about is, all right, we're all saying she should be referred to the Court of Appeal by the end of the year, but looking at how the CCRC have behaved in the past, that's not how they normally do things. They normally take years and years and years to refer things. And I always think we should have a contingency plan for the possibility that they do not refer the case back to the Court of Appeal by the end of the year. And when I say that, I mean, I was thinking, how long can you keep a stream going on StreamYard? What's the longest length?
Oh,
going?
I'm not sure. I did it about 10 hours once. It was crazy.
10 hours.
But, yeah.
because what I was
did anybody watch it for 10 hours?
Yeah, a few people. Yeah. Like,
I think I might have been involved in.
Yeah, I think you were. You were part of it.
I was on it for about 6 hours, and I said,
"Yeah, you were on it for."
I need to go to bed now. So it's about 4 in the morning. I think I needed to go to bed. But no, because what I was thinking is maybe if they don't refer the case to the Court of Appeal, we could do like what would you call it? A streamathon sort of thing, where we just keep a stream going about Lucy Letby, and we have a rota so that different people come on and people can go off and do stuff, and just keep the stream going, because it would probably create some publicity.
Yes, that's
because I don't think they've ever had one a stream that just does not shut down.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea.
Until she gets released. I'm saying maybe from the 1st of January, or maybe get New Year's out of the way, maybe like the 3rd of January, if she isn't referred to the Court of Appeal by then we just have this streamathon going.
Yeah.
And that's our little protest, that we don't actually need to go somewhere and meet up to do it. We can just keep this thing going, and we just all just have a rota, because there's quite a lot of us who are prepared to go live. Yes,
that's true. And I mean, there's a limit. I mean, on the free package, you get like 25 hours a month. You'd have to buy. I'm not sure if there's a limit on the paid package, but there might not be. I've never looked into that, but it's pretty good StreamYard. But absolutely, if there was some, but hopefully, they could. I just want to say they're a bit of there's a sticking point for them here, maybe compared to other cases, is that this is Thirlwall itself, is that because if they don't, Thirlwall is going to look more and more stupid in a sense, but they can't keep kicking that down the road. So they're going to have to nail their colours to the mast at some point. So in light of that, do you both think, and everybody in the chat, means that that's an extra pressure? Would you read that as an extra pressure on the CCRC to refer? That Thirlwall exists even,
I don't know. But I would say that, because I'm sure you remember the inquiry into the invasion of Iraq, into Tony Blair. I think that took about a decade, didn't it, for them to, after they finished the report, a decade before they released it. They went into, he had left office, had set up a massive portfolio of properties, and was doing really well and going around giving speeches, after dinner speeches for £1 million a time. They wait until that he looked shiny again before they released that report. So they could, effectively, Lady Thirlwell could sit on that report for 10 years, and nobody, because eventually people will just forget about it. The public will forget about it. The media will probably forget about it. It'll just be us, sort of, raising the point every few weeks. And we've got a few thousand people watch us from time to time, but we haven't got, the country is 70 million people. A few thousand people, nobody cares, really.
Yeah.
I suppose one thing to play devil's advocate in terms of Thirlwall is that they've explicitly stated that they've completed their, what is kind of like, is it written already? But they've completed their investigations. They're not receiving any more material. And they've given 3 or 4 separate dates that they've kept on kicking the can down the road. So it's almost like it's a bit of a hard thing for them to kind of just do nothing with it now and hope nobody notices. But obviously we'd notice, but it's political. But it's political now as well, though, isn't it? Because we've got Sir David Davis involved. So, and he's not going to let it go. So I think that's a strong card in our favour, I think, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, but I know what you're saying. You know, this is my cynical mind, but it's the establishment. Yeah, of course, I think they'd like to never have to come to a conclusion. You know,
because I don't seriously see how Lady Thirlwall can release her report until. Sorry. Oh,
sorry, I was talking to my wife.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know how.
I can invite her to say hello to you guys, but I don't think.
Oh, hi.
hi, Mrs. Gill.
No, she's no.
Yeah, I don't know how Lady Thirlwall can ever release her report until such a time as the CCRC have referred the case to the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal have made a decision as to whether they're going to either exonerate her or have a retrial, because otherwise she's just going to look stupid if they do something completely opposite to what her report says. She's never going to leave herself that open to ridicule. She'll be totally she'll be her reputation will be ruined if she turns around and says, "Oh, Lucy Letby was this dangerous serial killer running rampant around the ward," and then a few weeks later the Court of Appeal said, "Yeah, we're going to exonerate her. She didn't do anything." It's like you can't have the two things, and they're both kind of effectively, government-led, because the justice system is government-led. The Thirlwall report is government-led. So you got, your left arm not knowing what your right arm is doing. So they're never going to allow that.
You're pushed into a kind of absurdity where the report could say something like, well, we know this wasn't a serial killer, but if you happen to have one, this is what you should do and what you shouldn't have done, So, which isn't going to, it's not going to, well, let's spend 15 million quid to work that out. Yeah.
And there's the opposite scenario where she turns around and says, based on what I've seen, I can't see how she got convicted. Now she can't be the CCRC, but she would effectively taken the place of the CCRC by effectively saying this case needs to go back to the Court of Appeal. And she would never, if her report might actually say that, and that's why she can't release it until the CCRC do something, because she can't step on their toes and say, look, this is what you guys should be doing, because I think this isn't, this girl isn't guilty, or there were never any murders, or people have lied. I mean, I think very likely, because I think she's kind of indicated that people have been inconsistent with the truth in some, certain people, certain characters. I mean, she hasn't said anything herself, but it's been blatant from some of her questioning that she's not happy with what some people have said during the inquiry.
Yeah, it's come out through the process in a sense, hasn't it? It's been made explicit by the thing happening, Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and just by the nature of it. I mean, I told you I attended for about 3 days of the inquiry, and even then, the days when because after all the lawyers ask questions, she gets to ask questions as well. And some of her questions, you can see she's just not happy with some of the answers some of the people are giving. She feels that people are being what you call it, economical with the truth. And so I think that will play a big role in what she writes in the report. And that could be one of the big reasons why she can't release her report, because because that would put pressure on the CCRC, undue pressure on the CCRC, if she has come to the conclusion that Lucy Letby is innocent, or people have lied in court, or whatever. That you can't have that sitting around and the CCRC saying, "Oh, I don't know, we'll look at this for another 10 years."
Yes, it's as though she might feel, or be thought to feel, or think that other people would think she's intruding in on the legal process if she does that. I'm just going to bring in a couple of the comments so Sort of Reason says, does anyone care if the Thirlwall never reports? I don't know what Richard.
No,
do you know what I think? I think Thirlwall is just holding out now, doing nothing for a while, because she's hoping to be the second Thirlwall, the new Thirlwall 2, when Lucy Letby is exonerated. I mean, she's got this whole organisation, she's got most of the materials she needs. She's just waiting, hoping to be able to do a fantastic job on Thirlwall 2.
But she still has to release Thirlwall 1 before she can release Thirlwall 2. Because we paid for it. The taxpayers paid for it. So she has to release it. And maybe it will have a caveat this is based on the misinformation that I was fed during the inquiry. She could always write a report that says Lucy Letby was as guilty as hell and the hospital did some terrible things and whatever, and just say it was based on the misinformation, but now we know the truth. We'll potentially have another inquiry.
Yes, it'd be like the sequel to a film, like Thirlwell 2, this time it's personal or something. There's another comment in relation to this. I'm sorry I can't get to all the comments, but just sticking with this subject, they're trying to craft some kind of exit strategy to trial, that is, and I agree with that. But exactly who's doing the crafting and what the time frame is that they're doing this over, and who's going to jump first, in other words, CCRC or Thirlwell, that's all up in the air as far as I see it anyway. I don't know what yourself, Carl and Richard, think. The strategizing.
I think everybody's trying to create an exit strategy, even Lady Thirlwell, because she was warned not to go ahead with the inquiry by David Davies and a load of other people. That I even contacted them and said, like, I don't think this should go ahead. So she was warned, and it became very public that she was warned. And
at that point, actually, she kind of asked the government if indeed she could postpone, and they said no.
So I think because she had the option. It's like if you're in a situation, I don't know, say as a footballer, and you get selected to play in the World Cup, and you've got an injury, and you're worried about this niggling injury, you might need an operation. I remember players pulling out of the World Cup to have an operation, and it gave an opportunity for someone else, and it changed, the course of history, so to speak. She had the opportunity to say, no, I can't do this because my conscience suggests that this isn't the right thing to do. So she is as guilty as the government, because she could have pulled out, and then that would have thrown it all up in the air. They would have had to find someone else to do the inquiry. It would have taken them 6 months to a year to find someone new, and for them to go through all the checks and all the everything to make sure they're the right person. She could have delayed it by doing that. So I would say she's as guilty as anyone else at the moment, because she had options. She had options. She could have pulled out.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm inclined to agree in the sense that I think, well, why was she chosen in the first place? They don't give these kind of jobs just to anyone, and it's whether is this a useful person in terms of how this is going to play out.
Yeah.
In other words, they're not going to choose a loose cannon or somebody of great individual conscience. It's an establishment figure, basically, is what I'm saying. So, but all that being said, it's a bit of a, well, I don't know. Would you see that she thinks of it as a poison chalice in a sense, or is it that they're used to dealing with this kind of stuff? This is happening on echelons that are way above us.
I think she was quite naive at the start of the inquiry. She didn't really think that would blow up into what it has blown up into, because you got to remember, before she started the inquiry, there wasn't Dr. Shu Lee and his panel of experts. There wasn't the email from JRAM, unless she had it and knew about it. And she had so many documents, she didn't probably know the significance of that email if she had it at the time. And there's so many things that have come out since that were not available to her at the start of the inquiry. So she probably thought this was going to be quite straightforward. She probably thought that it was going to be complicated because you've got David Davies on her case and all that. But she probably thought he was just like, it's just really David Davies, no one else really that I've got to worry about. Yeah. Not knowing that there would be all these eminent experts around the world. There would be journalists. There would be, people like us. When she started her inquiry, I probably had like 1,000 subscribers. Now I've got nearly 4,000 subscribers. So 4,000 people, nearly 4,000 people are listening to what I've got to say. Your channel's probably grown. Richard's channel and his support has probably grown. And the public has really, their opinion on the case has changed drastically. Because when I used to talk to actors on set about the Lucy Letby case, they would argue with me, say, yeah, she's a horrible woman, blah, blah, blah. You don't know what you're talking about. She's guilty. Now, almost every actor I speak to says they need to get her, release her from prison. She's clearly innocent.
Yes, absolutely. I've noticed that in comments on mainstream media articles. There's been a massive shift, and it's increasing the disparity between the kind of diehards saying, "Oh, I think she's guilty." They're shrinking into single digits percentage-wise. I think.
Yeah.
There's a tiny number of them left. I think.
So I've just been looking up Thirlwell on Wikipedia, and I think she is could well be actually a very decent person to be doing the job she's doing, because she didn't go to Oxford and Cambridge. She was educated at a Catholic school in Sunderland. She went to the University of Bristol. So she comes from kind of semi-ordinary background, and she's been given various sort of responsible jobs in the legal profession. So I have the impression this is somebody who's very careful and serious, and is respected by her colleagues because she's serious and careful.
But you know what? Your description there, you could say the same thing about Keir Starmer. And look what people think of him.
Maybe.
Until he became Prime Minister, he was, wasn't he Director of Public Prosecutions or something like that?
Yeah.
And, he came from a quite humble background and all sorts of things. And yet he turned into this complete, one of the worst Prime Ministers maybe this country's ever had. So, so there's no, your past is the past. Like a footballer is only as good as their last match. And Lady Thirlwell's only as good as the Thirlwell inquiry. That's what I'd say. That was her last match, the Thirlwell inquiry. She's only as good as her last match.
Okay.
That's just my view. I mean, you might be totally right. I'm just saying this is my opinion on the. I'm not a fan of anyone in authority, because you've got to question. Like I always question, why does someone want to become a policeman? Why does someone want to become a judge? Why does someone all these roles? I wouldn't want to do those roles, because I wouldn't want to make that sort of life-changing decision about someone else. I don't think I'm wise enough, and I don't think I think I'm incompetent enough to get it wrong regularly. Do you know what I mean? So I wouldn't want to be in a position to have to make big decisions about other people's lives.
I feel the same, and that's why, because of human fallibility or people assuming things before they should, that's why there needs to be these structures that can reflect on what they're doing. But at the moment, we've got they're intransigent. They're just locked into these old patterns of saying, well, this is how we've always done it, and that's it, really. And they're not. And this particularly applies to the Court of Appeal, obviously, and that really has to change in terms of their availability to considering a wider range of potentials that would cause a miscarriage of justice. But they've got to expand that ability to appeal.
And the only time I was aware of Lucy Letby's trial was at the end, when she was going to be sentenced and she refused to attend the sentencing, didn't she?
Yeah.
And I remember the big fuss made in the news that she refused, and then they screened Judge Goss's summing up and criticizing her for not attending her sentencing and all that. And I just thought at the time, well, maybe I think at that point I thought maybe there is something to this, because she's gone out of her way not to attend her sentencing, and maybe it's possible that this could be a miscarriage of justice. But even then, at that point, I wasn't really that invested in enough in the case to look into it. I just thought, this is unusual. I've never seen this happen. I don't know if there's been many people who've refused to attend their sentences on such a high-profile case. I don't know if either of you know.
I don't know. I know it's not unique, but like you say, a case of this high profile, I'm not sure. But it could be unusual. I'm not sure. I never really looked into that. But obviously, they made a big fuss about it, didn't they? They really did.
Yeah, they did.
The media did.
Terrible fuss about it. But I mean, it just really puts you off the whole judiciary because of the way Judge Goss behaved during the trial. Because you have to wonder what his motives were for things like not allowing because I'm sure he didn't allow her grievance to be included in the trial, and it was very significant for motive.
It was hugely significant. Yeah, there's an exchange between Goss and Myers and the prosecutor guy. What's his name again? Forgotten his name. The prosecutor, Nick Johnson. And they're kind of doing this kind of legal agreement, and yes, my lord, and everything, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it could, and because Johnson's saying basically it might cannot pervert the course of justice, but it might bring in irrelevances, and that because that was about an internal job world situation, as it were. We mustn't bring that into it. But it's bollocks, really. They absolutely should have done it, because it goes to the motive to.
And then also
consultants,
Sorry, and also I was just going to say also the criticism that Darry Evans got from that other judge in the other case, that the fact that he didn't take that into account as well. There were just so many weird things, because to me that's weird that someone, your peer, contacts you and says, I'm concerned about this expert witness that you're using. You can't trust him or anything he says. I mean, surely that's your alarm bells should be going like this. Like it's another judge. I should be listening to him.
Well, that's right. And so Goss's take on that is basically, well, we'll let the jury decide if he's any good as an expert. That's how he's going to treat it.
Yeah, but did he allow the jury to know that this other judge had criticised him?
No.
So that is significant to how seriously they could take his evidence. The jury,
exactly.
If he's going to allow his evidence to be used in the case, he should also allow the criticism of him as a witness to be used, because that goes to his credibility.
Yes, I agree. He shouldn't have been there. This is why Benjamin Myers did say we need to just. He mustn't. Basically, Dr. Evans should have no place in this trial at all. Which would have meant there would not have been a trial.
Exactly. That would have been the end of the case, and that it would have saved the taxpayer an absolute fortune. I mean, can you imagine how much the whole trial? I don't know how many tens of millions that must have cost. Then you got the Thirlwell inquiry, which was what, 50 million or something.
Well, we're well into the higher tens of millions across the board now, right back from 2017, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you got the investigation. Well, the investigation was going to happen anyway, so that's not an issue. But then you got the CCRC. They're now dealing with it. That's going to cost a fortune. Then when it goes back to the Court of Appeal again, that's going to cost a fortune. So the amount it's costing the taxpayer is unbelievable. You could probably build 3 or 4 new hospitals with that money.
Yes.
And all because people were lying instead of telling the truth. That's why I think the people who have been involved in putting Lucy Letby in prison, knowing that she's probably innocent, they should actually face a trial themselves. It's never going to happen, but they should actually face trials themselves because if I stole 100 million or 200 million from the government, I would probably go to prison for 20 odd years. Do you know what I mean? These people have stolen money from the taxpayer by allowing this case to go as far as it has gone.
Yes, and they did it willfully. So you've got the situation you've got David Davis reporting Dr. Jayaram for perjury. He's not heard anything from the police for over a year about that. So do we think the police have done any investigations on Dr. Jayaram for perjury? I don't think it's likely.
I doubt it.
But what makes it all fraud is, I'll tell you what makes it fraud, speaking as a former fraud officer, is that the whole purpose of fraud is that you tell an untruth or you mislead people for monetary profit or monetary gain. Now, Darry Evans made money from this whole thing. Paul Hughes got a promotion which increased his salary and also got lots of overtime and lots of expenses from the case, which went on for like 10 years. He's literally had nothing else that he had to do but this one case for 10 years or so. And he's made astronomical amounts, Paul Hughes has made from this case. And dare I say, I'm not going to, Lady Thirlwell, probably the only reason she didn't step down was because she was going to get paid millions for this.
Yeah.
And so to me, there is an element of fraudulent behaviour by the parties involved, allegedly, just to protect your channel, and so that has to be considered. The motives why these people have plowed ahead, knowing that it was like what would you call it? Just an unjustified course of action that they were taking against Lucy Letby. There was no, they didn't have any credible reason to take this case as far as it's gone, and it's just ballooned into this massive cash grab for lots of people. Judith Morris has made an absolute fortune from this. You can go to loads of people have made an absolute fortune from putting this innocent girl in prison.
That's right, and then a whole bunch of awards, like you got Liz Hull with her award, Hughes with his award. Strangely, I this might sound a bit cynical. Even Maya's got an award, not necessarily specifically for this, but he ends up getting an award as being a barrister's award. Yeah, and then you've got Goss with his plum new job. Maybe he would have got it anyway.
What job has Goss got? I didn't know what Goss job.
I'll just look that up. The title of it.
Not Director of Public Prosecution.
No. I don't think it's a very plum job. I mean, I forget what it was.
Well,
it kind of keeps him in meeting his old mates.
He's being called a judicial commissioner to support the investigatory powers commissioner, Sir Brian Leveson. So he's become a judicial commissioner at the investigatory powers commissioner's office.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that was him?
The salary.
Do you think that was him jumping before he was pushed?
Well, he was coming up to the. He had to have. It says he's at about 160 grand for that a year, mm-hmm. So that's not too bad.
And how much did he earn as a judge? How much did he earn a year as a judge?
Yeah, how much was he earning as a judge?
Let's have a look. Maybe I'll get.
Yeah, see if you can find that, and but it's more like. Yes, I mean he was due to retire in about 2 or 3 years. He could have kept going on as judge for about 3 years, I think it was, from memory.
Oh yeah, so that seems really early for him to, someone who's probably spent a lot of their career as a judge to actually, the proximity to all this stuff coming out to prove she was innocent, and lots of people questioning his behaviour during the trial.
Yes, that's right.
There could be a link between him that.
There could be. There's another person who had an early bath, as it were, which is Dowie Evans himself, who retires as a consultant at 59, just a few months after getting that diagnosis wrong of the child and saying that the poor boy had an eating disorder instead of a brain tumour. And then a few months later, he's out and he's doing his medico-legal stuff full-time.
It says here that a judge will earn between 110,000 and 325,000 a year.
Yeah,
so probably due to seniority, how long they've been a judge or something.
They're well looked after, and they're not going to be held. I don't think any of these people like that are going to be held accountable because they'll all be retired and they'll be living in the Cotswolds or somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what the Cotswolds, but they're okay. But I don't know if I was saying about this earlier. Andrew Bridgen has weighed in, the former MP, and his take on it. He's done a short video yesterday. Is that he believes Lucy Letby's innocent. He kind of sees it in slightly more conspiratorial terms. In that it's a message to the public at large, but anyone else who wishes to. Who wishes to act as a whistleblower. I don't know what you think about that, Richard, and when Carl when he's
which
back.
Party is he?
Well, he used to be a conservative, didn't he? But he's kind of he no longer has a seat. But he talks about a lot about the COVID period and so forth. And Andrew Bridgen.
Andrew Bridgen,
Andrew Bridgen did a short video yesterday, Carl. I think it was yesterday, where he's basically saying he believes Lucy Letby is innocent. He's putting it, he's framing it in terms of it being, this is what the state power can do. It can put an innocent person in prison, and it's a threat to us all. In other words, nobody's safe. You can be innocent and you can be done for this. And also, in a more discreet way, it's a threat against anybody who might want to consider whistleblowing in the NHS or anywhere else. So that's his angle that he's coming at it with.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think it became obvious after the postmasters case that, you know, we're all potentially, any of us could end up in prison and be totally innocent, because the way they went about covering up the fact that the computer system was faulty just to get convictions, you know, and they like blatantly did that. It wasn't even, you know, it wasn't that they made an error. They knew that the computer system wasn't working, but they hid it from the court.
Yes, that's right.
Which is absolutely disgusting and disgraceful that you can get away with hiding stuff. I mean, are they going to ever do any convictions of any of the people involved in the prosecution of the postmasters?
I'm not sure what's going on with that. I've not kept up with any like the fallouts of it. You doubt it, Richard? Yeah.
Because that's, I mean, you know, that's absolute. I still, when I think about that, that makes me angry still, because the number of postmasters, I think was it something like 500 of them got locked up?
I'll look that up. Let's see how many.
Or got found guilty. Maybe some of them got suspended sentences. I don't know, but I think it was a lot.
How many postmasters affected by her? Oh, 7,900.
Oh, sorry, I was sorry. I was way off. I was way off.
So it's not necessarily that they've all were locked up. It says 7,900 sub-postmasters have been compensated across various redress schemes, and tens of thousands of individuals were potentially affected by the faulty post office scandal. But it says that more than 983 were wrongfully prosecuted. So I think with some of them, they gave them the option to, to pay the money back that they hadn't stolen. So that not everybody was prosecuted. So it depends on the level, but obviously it was all made up. You know,
but I think all of them lost their businesses as well, didn't they?
Yes, and that forms part of the financial redress packages, apparently.
So,
but
you know, it's like their lives are ruined. Some of them probably lost their families. I remember seeing something on TV, this postmaster saying that her daughter stopped speaking to her because she thought her daughter thought she was a criminal. Her daughter thought she was a criminal. Stopped her from their grandkids and everything.
Beg your pardon, I talked across you. Sorry, it messed up families, and there were suicides as well. There were a number of suicides.
Yeah. So, you know, so I think there should be some prosecutions of the people involved in framing these postmasters, you know, not just from the computer company, but from within, like the CPS and other places, the police, CPS.
Well, this is where we could bring the Ockenden report back into here, because there have been calls now for there to be not just, we're going to learn lessons, but for there to be retrospective accountability of the people who covered up these this medical negligence essentially and bad practices, and covered it up and lied to the parents about what happened to their babies and to some mothers. So that's all coming back on the table in terms of accountability, which hopefully will have this knock-on effect of refocusing onto the Lucy Letby miscarriage of justice, because it should make people look at, well, if it's that bad in Nottingham and then the other places that you mentioned earlier, Carl, then why not? Why could it not be that was the case at Chester? You know.
Yeah. Well, as I said, like at Shrewsbury is just below Chester, so you know what I mean. So there could be some crossover as well in terms of, you know, staff and management and stuff like that, and that could be, but they could equally be mismanaged side by side. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it could. And we had, in the interim period, we had the Scottish story of the Scottish hospital, which they tried to keep under wraps for about 12 years or something, lying to, and that all came out in this last 2 years as well. So there's so many contextual situations that should now be making people think again that haven't already about County Chester Hospital.
So someone asked the question whether we or someone, one of us, should be invite the parents of.
Oh yes, I saw that. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, some of the people, some of the babies, to be involved in a live stream or whatever, or interviewed in some way. But I think it wouldn't be. I think it would be distasteful myself until the outcome of the case, because at the moment they still, some of them feel that their children were murdered by Lucy Letby, and I think it'd be distasteful to interview them when there's no certainty either way, and they're still maybe in communication with the police and some of the prosecutors and what have you. It could even affect, it could even damage Lucy Letby's appeal if they started doing live streams about whether she was innocent or guilty.
Yes, I think the problem is that their lawyers, they are hostage to their lawyers, and their lawyers, the longer this goes on, the longer the lawyers have to wait for their payday. And the lawyers have got a conflict of interest. And I don't think the parents, what the parents actually know, we don't know what the parents actually know and want. We only know what their spokesperson is saying. And I don't trust their spokespersons.
Yeah.
Yes, and I know this is probably obvious, but the parents aren't. They're not necessarily a unified group now, and there might be some that are moving more towards wanting to, for example, look at Shuley and Panel's full reports that Mark McDonald has offered for a long time.
And wasn't one of the lawyers of one of the subgroups of families also involved in the prosecution or something?
I heard that. Yeah, someone said.
Yeah.
Yes. I can't remember his name. But
lawyers are lawyers. They work for whoever will pay them, and they're hoping to get paid.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. So one of the barristers at Thirlwall representing the families was part of the prosecutory team in the trial of Lucy Letby. I can't remember his name, but yeah, it's a bit of a conflict of interest.
Thank you, Melanistic Marble.
What has Melanistic said there?
Somebody else said, greetings, Mark, Carl, and a fella I haven't met yet. And Melanistic Marble said, that's our top statistician, Richard Gill.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, it's a fact. That's a fact.
Who's on the red wine now?
Is that same red wine?
This is what I've got here. I don't know if you can see that. It's French wine.
This is French. Yeah.
Bourgogne.
Pinot Noir.
Pinot Noir. Yeah. And it's a really delicious wine. It's, I mean, it's a bit too hot for drinking strong Bourgogne, but still.
How hot is it in Holland at the moment?
Well,
is it similar to the UK?
Yes, it is. Yeah. I'm just quickly looking on my app because then I can tell you what what I should be thinking it is. Where is it? Where's the forecast? Okay, so where it should be right now, 32, and feeling 34.
Oh, yeah, but the humidity is quite,
because the humidity is high, makes it very uncomfortable. So actually, I see some lower numbers.
Oh, wow.
Going down here.
It's meant to be going down as we go into the evening,
a little bit.
Yeah,
well, tomorrow the maximum is going to be 38 in my village, town.
Jeez.
And then it will be 37, but on Sunday it's going down to 31. So just got to survive a couple of days.
We're 33 in Liverpool at the moment.
Yeah.
It's meant to be in the UK. It's meant to be breaking a bit tonight. Maybe some thunderstorms, and on Friday is going to be cooler, high, and then by Saturday, Sunday into the low 20s again, hopefully. But Clara's asking here, Dr. Gill, and obviously it's for Carl as well. And what are our thoughts on or bad feeling on Andy Burnham? You know, in terms of
I did have a bad feeling, and I wrote that.
Right.
I looked him up a bit. I mean, he's he's a politician. Okay, so a populist, and I'm all in favour of somebody taking over from that part of England and so on, and speaking out for that region. So that's his what he's for. Okay, fine, excellent. But I read a bit about him, and he'd done a lot of things concerning NHS in the past, but he hasn't said anything about Lucy Letby case. So I have a bad feeling because he has a lot of interest in the NHS, which he has to as a Labour politician, because the NHS is the gift of the Labour government after the Second World War to the iconic gift of the then Labour government to the British people. So all Labour politicians have got something about the NHS which actually prevents them from being kind of rational and honest about it, in my opinion. But on the other hand, I was also reading in the chat that he's could well be tough on police dishonesty and corrupt police corruption.
But
so maybe he's going to be okay. And somebody said, I thought it was a very wise remark, the really important thing is who his health secretary is going to be.
Yes.
I mean, God forbid it's Wes Streeting, in my opinion.
But what I think with Andy Burnham, well, first of all, he's a Scouser and he's from Anfield. So that's quite positive because I've got a lot of friends in Anfield. I spend a lot of time.
Yeah, that sounds good.
That's just up the road from me. And, Liverpool, people from Anfield in particular, but Liverpudlians in particular, do not see themselves as British. Now, this sounds great. This may sound crazy to you. They feel that Liverpool should be given its own identity and state, with separate government and everything. They don't support the England team. Most Liverpudlians I know do not. They love Liverpool Football Club or Everton Football Club, but they have no interest in the England game. So they're not gonna play the same game, or I don't think Andy Burnham's gonna play the same game as the previous prime ministers we've had over the last 10 years. I think he knows he has to be very, very different because of the threat of Nigel Farage. He has to do something that's going to stand out. He's got to come across as a completely different type of prime minister to Keir Starmer and to Rishi Sunak and all the other MPs that come. He's got to come across as a real Labour grassroots man, and to be part of the grassroots. I think the Lucy Letby case, if you think about how it first started, how we all first got involved, it was very grassroots. It was very, do you know what I mean? Like the sort of, dare I say, the right wing. I think the people who thought she was guilty were mostly people on the right wing who thought she was guilty. I thought it was very much a left wing kind of leaning majority or minority who thought she was innocent. I think he will be. I don't know. I can't predict what he's going to be like, but I'd like to think that he will be supportive of the campaign to get her released. But then he also might take the view that I'm the prime minister and I've got to stay out of this because it's got to be impartial.
Yes. And I have one more thing against him, but probably I would have the same thing against every UK member of Parliament. He's a member of Labour Friends of Israel, right?
Yeah,
he's one of all these people who say you can't talk about genocide with respect to Gaza.
Yeah, but he said that in something like 2017, didn't he?
Yeah, sure.
It's not recent. His views may have changed.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I hope his views have changed.
I hope that
Otherwise,
one of his views has changed, because the idea
otherwise
you send
Palestine is in
people
trouble.
to jail as terrorists because they protest against what I think is pretty clearly a genocide in Gaza. Okay, some people may disagree with that, but I mean, I think the Israeli government is a genocidal government. Yeah. I'm nearly quarreled with many of my Jewish friends about this.
Right, yeah, it's what was I going to say? Can I just mention something about that video by Nick Barber again? There's been this Mervyn. Mervyn said that in that video, he seems that Nick Barber's got hold of some data that he kind of shouldn't have had, or where has he got it from? I.e., Lucy Letby's duty roster data.
No, I don't think so. I think he's just merely got the data which Dowie Evans got.
Well, precisely. So how has he got that?
Shift. Well, yeah. How has he got it? I
well,
don't know.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Dowie gave it to him.
Well, and that's people have been that's people have been kind of. I think it was Jabe who said, "Well, you know." I don't know what she said exactly, but I can't remember exactly what she said, but it was like, well, maybe the inference was, or the suggestion was rather, that maybe he's kind of a mouthpiece of Evans, or Evans plus whatever else is out there.
Dowie has found a friendly statistician at last, who's not really a statistician, but still somebody who can do stuff with numbers. Yeah.
Well, sorry, Carl, go ahead.
I was just going to say, going back to that question earlier about the exit plan for people on the prosecution side of things.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of them have the exit plan that they can just keep the whole thing sort of, unresolved until they retire. I think even right down to Paul Hughes, as long as that, I think that whole Liverpool Women's Hospital was a smokescreen to stop people looking at the Countess of Chester. It was a smokescreen, and the longer he could have kept that going, the longer people would have gone back to look at the Countess of Chester and his investigation, the Countess of Chester, because I think he wants to keep this going until he can take early retirement. He's probably not there yet, and he needs the thing to keep. No, I think he does. He does. He realizes.
Yeah, no, I can believe. Well, but then there's also his relationship with the governor. I mean, what's he playing at? He's not acting independently, Paul Hughes, is he? Totally. He's not like he can't be. He if he's told to do something, he's got to kind of get. Never been in the police, but he'd have to have permission to carry on with this, wouldn't he? Would you say, from higher up?
Oh yeah. I mean, but the thing is, from what I understand, their police force drew down extra funding from the government for the investigation,
right,
into Liverpool Women's Hospital, and obviously the original investigation as well, because it was such a high-profile case. So they had to get extra funding, and I think with the police and how they behave now, it has nothing to do with innocence and guilt. All it has to do with is funding and money. That's all they can, and statistics. All they care about is like arrest statistics, prosecution statistics, and how much funding they can get. And anything that gets them extra funding, they will continue. They'll pursue it, even if it's, not really morally correct for them to pursue it. Like, it wasn't morally correct for them to pursue. I knew straight away when they started going on talking about Lucy Letby working at the Liverpool Women's Hospital. I knew that it was a bit of misadventure. And the reason I knew it was misadventure was because I just looked up on Google, when did Lucy Letby work at the Liverpool Women's Hospital? It's something like 2011 or something like that. It was long before all these babies started dying in the Countess of Chester. So to try and link that to a case in 2015 over a very small period of time, deaths of babies over a small period of time, trying to link her time at Liverpool Women's Hospital is bizarre, especially because she was being heavily supervised at the Liverpool Women's Hospital.
exactly.
I just thought it was crazy. It was the craziest investigation in the history.
It does fit the pattern. I mean, that's what they did with Lucia de Berg. That's what they did with several other of these killer nurse cases. You think you've caught a killer nurse at one hospital, and the first thing you do is start looking for what they did in other places.
Yeah, it would be like
sort of normal procedure.
Well,
fair enough, but indeed, I mean, it's ludicrous because she was a trainee, and so somebody would have been supervising her. And what is perfectly clear is that whatever statistics they had about the number of extubations there was completely useless data. I mean, and nobody knows what they were talking about per shift, per baby. I mean, all the people who started shouting about it didn't know what they were talking about because nobody knows what they were talking about.
Yeah, it was ludicrous. But I think if they had been allowed to continue pursuing the Liverpool Women's Hospital case, the next step they would have taken, trust me, this is what they would have done. I think she grew up in Hereford. Was it Hereford? She grew up?
Yeah.
They would have gone to her village where she lived in Hereford, door to door, and knocked and asked people, did Lucy Letby babysit your children?
Oh, wow.
That would have been the next. That would have been the next step. I guarantee they've done it.
Possibly they did.
Maybe they did already, but they would have definitely pursued that, and then they would have announced, we're now pursuing her for murders committed when she was a teenager.
Yes.
Yes, because they never had a backstory. They never had a backstory, and that was part of their problem.
I mean, that's what they did do with who's the evil killer nurse in England?
Beverly Allitt.
Bev Allitt. I mean, they did knock on doors, ask people she'd babysat for, and they all said, "A lovely girl."
Yeah,
she was a fantastic babysit.
Yeah, and they would have ignored all those people. They would never have reported that back. They would have only waited until one person that she had an argument with.
Oh, that was that time,
Yeah, and that would have been it. That would have, we've got someone that she probably harmed.
And slid them a fiver as well, and then more likely to come up with, the memory would be.
But that is how corrupt that investigation was. That's how disgusting and corrupt it was.
Have we, in terms of the funding now, have we heard explicitly that Operation Hummingbird is closed down? I don't think we have we? That it's shut, it's stopped.
Well, it has to be. If the CPS have rejected how long was the investigation?
Well, they started in 2017.
So if they've rejected a 9-year, all the information they gathered over 9 years and said it's not sufficient, there's not any evidence to prosecute her on, where can they go? They can't spend another 9 years on it.
Yeah, I'm just sort of on the side here. Well, it says it's effectively concluded as a core investigative phrase, and the CPS have said that Lucy Letby is not going to face any further charges. But what is still going on is Operation Duet, and I wasn't 100% sure who was the SIO on there, but according to Google AI, it is Hughes again. So he's still in the game, but he's pivoted. He's on Duet now, which is about. It's about the managers, and it's also about but it's also about the corporate manslaughter by the trust, and so let's be honest.
Operation Duet, no matter what anyone says, no one's going to convince me otherwise, is about Tony Chambers and Ian Harvey. I have no doubt in my mind that they're going for Tony
and a third individual whose name we don't know.
I think I'm trying to think what her name is, but it was the manager of all the nurses, the lead sort of
Arian Powell. Alison Kelly. You're talking about Alison Kelly.
Yeah, it could be Alison Kelly or Arian Powell, one of them anyway. But I think it could be Alison Kelly. So I think that's what that's all about, and nobody else. I think it's about those three people, and one of those three people didn't they? Did they charge one of them or something?
They haven't been charged. They've been arrested.
One of them got arrested, didn't they?
Well, so originally 3 were arrested, and then the second. Yeah, then there was the one of the three, where they didn't explicitly say who it was, that the house was searched. The house was searched.
I think that's more likely to be Alison Kelly, because Ian Harvey and Tony Chambers left a long time ago. So I don't think they're recent enough for them to have anything that would be in their house that was relevant. I think that was more likely. And also because Alison Kelly worked with the nurses, didn't she? Was she actually a nurse or just a manager of nurses?
Well, I think Alison Kelly, from memory, was like basically the head of all the nursing across the trust, I think, or across that hospital. But I mean, I don't know whether the third person is Alison Kelly. It may well be, but I don't know that. But are there any other candidates in terms of like any other names that we know? None of particularly springing.
Well, I'd like to think it was like Stephen Breary and Ravi Jairam, but I'm not. It's unlikely, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'd like it to be those two. Then I think, oh my God, they're actually doing their job properly. The police, finally.
Yeah. So just to say the line about what it is, Operation Duet is the investigation into corporate and gross negligence manslaughter at the hospital. So it's both the corporation, but it also centers on those three people, or thus far it's only three. But it's it's for them. But going back to what you're saying about funding, that funding's still ongoing, and there's still this team doing stuff. Is it just performative what they're doing? Are they?
Well, I think that will be ongoing, because they can. If Lucy Letby gets released, they can still prosecute these people for allowing the conditions in the hospital to deteriorate to the point where babies were dying when they shouldn't have died. Because it doesn't have to be murder; it just has to be negligence.
That's a great point. Some time ago, I was talking to my friend about this, and they say, well, and she said, like, yeah, they could just pivot it. They can just say, oh, okay, it wasn't a murder, but now it's gross negligence, manslaughter, or corporate, because of the conditions. We can move it. Yeah.
So I think it will continue regardless of whether Lucy Letby gets released or not. Somebody will get prosecuted. My view is that definitely Tony Chambers will never be found guilty. Never. Because he didn't know about what was going on until it was brought to him by the consultants. And then he immediately took it to the police, who said, sorry, there's nothing going on here. So that was the evidence I remember him giving at Felwell, and they had documents to prove it, that he had the meetings with the police, and they said, like, yeah, this isn't enough to consider. Yes. Oh, sorry, got someone at the door. Sorry, 1 second.
It's okay. Chit's got and also the management, they did take the other preliminary steps of inviting the RCPCH in, and then Dr. Horden's report, Dr. McPartland, etc. So that they weren't doing nothing about it, were they, Richard?
No, sorry.
No, not at all. I'm 60 watching. 58 now. So. Okay. Hi, Jenny's there. Hi, good to see you. Yeah, we've just been talking about a lot of things, really, Jenny, and one of them is this kind of Ockenden report that's come out here after a 4-year period of building up to this report about failures in maternity care and neonatal care. So it's potentially the potentially positive effects of that in relation to what happened at Countess of Chester Hospital. It may have a refocusing effect, because people are just saying generally these services are wanting, and then they might reconsider for the people that haven't thus far. What's happened in Chester. So Operation Duet's still going. Yeah.
I think it's very noticeable that the organs of the state propaganda departments, BBC, The Guardian to some extent, are not saying anything about any connection whatsoever between the Lucy Letby case and what Ockenden has uncovered.
Yeah,
especially the BBC. I mean,
by the absence.
The BBC is basically a department of British propaganda, UK state propaganda, and the amazing thing is that they actually think they're kind of independent, but they're so dependent on the state for money that they're slavishly and cringingly following official lines always. It's very sad how once mighty broadcasting thing could simply become a spokesman of the state.
Yes. Do you remember that program Rough Justice? Was that on the BBC originally, or was it?
Yeah.
It was a BBC thing. Yeah. That was a fantastic program, investigative program.
Yeah, long ago there were very good ones. Yes. Yeah.
But exactly, it's a long time ago. That's the point. You know, they've really changed, I think.
Yeah, I mean, BBC Panorama is BBC, isn't it? You used to do really good which I don't know if they took down governments, but they certainly exposed fantastic scandals.
There's kind of irony there with John Sweeney, who obviously was one of the mainstays of Panorama, then coming out and doing some very helpful podcasts about this and research.
Yeah.
So, that's Truth Finder. Thank you.
I was just looking up Frimley Park, which is in Hampshire, Frimley Park Hospital, because I remember there was some scandal around their maternity ward, and I found this article that says that the hospital was wrongly rated outstanding by the Care Quality Commission for 6 years. So for 6 years, they wrongly said that they were outstanding, but they were actually a disgrace.
Oh gosh! So, and that's from Frimley Park.
Frimley Park Hospital, which I don't know if that's the whole hospital trust, or if that comes under some sort of Hampshire sort of umbrella. But this is the 28th of August, 2025. It came out that they'd been wrongly rated.
It's interesting you should bring up the CQC. I don't know if Operation Merlin Falcon's still here, because a lot of his research and work and focus was on the CQC report, and obviously you've got the situation that the consultants had that investigation or the assessment going on from the CQC, and the consultants didn't say word one to them about any of the murderer that was on the board, So
well, not just then. They also went to inquests and failed to mention it for the inquests of the babies, the original inquests for some of the babies.
Yes, that's right, because Jayaram goes, he said, well, no, it was Dr. Saladi. I remember him saying something like, oh, well, I was just told just to say very short answers at the inquest. And it was his get out for saying, well, this is why I didn't say anything, that we're suspecting a murderer here. I thought that I was new to this. I thought, well, I'm not going to say anything. It's just weird, isn't it, really?
Yeah, I'll just go to court and lie.
Yeah,
that's what I like to do.
But a lot of them end up pretending to be kind of very naive, like this story, though, we weren't sent on a course about nobody knows how to do it. Nobody knows how to report this. Mm-hmm. So Jayaram keeps it to himself for 13 months because he hasn't done a course or got the memo about how to report it. Mm-hmm. But it all becomes crystal clear years down the line. And the classic thing is memories improving over time is always a sign of deception, I think. When memories get sharper, the further away the events were. But we see a lot of that, and So
I was just wondering, at what stage did any of you and people in the chat, or what stage did you realise that Jayaram was lying about most of what he had to say? That's assuming allegedly, allegedly, he's lying. Yeah, allegedly he's lying, because even though there's that email, it might just be his memory was playing up. But,
I'm trying to think back now. It was a building thing with a lot of them. But for me personally, like with Evans, I thought this person is untrustworthy as soon as I heard him speak. But as an instinctual response. But with JRM, it's the more you found out about him, it was like it was a learning curve or whatever that is going up on a graph. You know, Richard, I don't know what it's called. A line going up.
Yeah, line going up. Well, we have lots of different lines going up. I know.
It's a line going up like that. Yeah. It wasn't like but everything we've heard about Jair, I mean, it's he's not trustworthy. He's not a trustworthy person.
No. He's kind of fun. He wanted to be in theatre and stuff, and that's his real. That's what he's really good at. Playing the fool. He's very good at playing the fool.
Yeah.
Well, you know, this could have happened with Jed Mercurio, and I know Jed Mercurio says, "Oh no," he backed out, and he said, "Well, no, we had no meetings about it," and there was this back and forth on Twitter a few years ago. But I think it was all being set up potentially for Jayaram to be either the advisor on it or even be in it, maybe even be playing himself. You know, that would have been as bizarre as it sounds.
Yeah, because wasn't it Jodie Comer was going to play Lucy Letby or something like that?
Yeah. And then they all denied it all and stuff like that because it's a hot potato. But that's interesting because they could see it back then that it was a hot potato that could turn, and they're not going to invest money in the show business world in a product which ends up being a complete turkey in their eyes, will they? You know.
But that would have been great because it was going to be Netflix, wasn't it? It was going to be on Netflix.
Yeah.
It would have been fantastic if they had made it. I'll tell you why it would have been fantastic, because then ITV could have made the counter one to follow up the Postmaster one, which got the Postmaster release. They could just make a new one, which showed a completely different story.
Yes.
And, you know what I mean? I think that having the two would have been interesting. That would, it's like having... I don't know if you ever watched Leaving Neverland, Michael Jackson Leaving Neverland.
Is this a film that's just recently come out?
No, it came out years ago. Leaving Neverland came out about 2018 or something like that.
Oh, I might have
And then
seen.
Since then, there's been another documentary called Square One Michael Jackson, which is basically the counter to Leaving Neverland, and it actually proves that most of the stuff in Leaving Neverland is absolute lies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But having the two is a good balance, because you have one opinion or one side of the argument, and then you have the other side of the argument, and then it's for the public to decide, having the two sides, which one they believe.
Yes, I do see what you mean there. I mean, was that first Michael Jackson one the one with that British, the one who interviewed Princess Diana? I can't remember his name.
No.
That's not him.
No, that's totally different. That was done when he was alive. That was
these are
Martin Bashir. You're talking about
Martin Bashir,
yeah. No, that's the thing that landed Michael Jackson in court. Martin Bashir,
that was a terrible
documentary. I mean, to me, I've always said that interview was the start of Michael Jackson's death. You know, he started dying at that point.
Yeah.
He would be alive today if Martin Bashir hadn't done what he did. I also believe that Diana probably would have been alive today if she hadn't done the Martin Bashir interview, because he coaxed her and lied to her to get her to say things that she wouldn't have said on camera if he hadn't lied to her. He said that, he told her that the royal family were ganging up on her and they were doing all sorts of things and whatever that weren't true. That made her say negative things about the royal family.
That's right, and I think he almost used a fraudulent document of a bank statement to encourage Princess Diana's brother to agree to the interview, to have it there.
Yeah.
And that came out. That was a bit of and then that's when Martin Bashir went to America after that, because he was disgraced. Yeah, disgraced. But he went and he's successful over there. And
Lady Diana recently came up in one of the cases I'm looking at.
Yes.
From
our last.
I've spoken about that here before. But,
no, that's fascinating.
So there was a British businessman called Kevin Sweeney, and you can find a Wikipedia page about the Kevin Sweeney case, which was a case in the Netherlands where Kevin Sweeney was convicted of having murdered his wife by arson in a bedroom in their house, which they just bought, which they had just been sort of decorating. So there were like bottles of methylated spirits and stuff lying around. And he had left the house one evening to go to his children by an earlier marriage who were in trouble in hospital in Brussels. And the house was locked. Everything was locked from the indoors, from the inside. And he was far away in Brussels. And his wife's bedroom caught fire. And the fire evidence says she was smoking in bed. But I have recently discovered, and there was a very, very, very mysterious thing that, first of all, that he was found guilty of having murdered her, which was just impossible, physically impossible, didn't match the fire evidence, nothing. And cars with British number plates had recently been seen, that very evening were seen parked in nearby streets. And nobody knows what those cars were, and it's very odd. And British police from special branch very, very rapidly insinuated themselves into the Dutch police investigation. Right, they were like there straight away, eager to help, and they dug up lots of dirt about Kevin Sweeney's past life for the Dutch police. And it's extraordinary that he got convicted. Okay, and I think he got 9 years or 14 years, and he was allowed out after a number because he was very well behaved, and he's always claimed to be innocent. But I've been learning about the actual life of his wife who died in the fire. And by the way, the fire was not caused by special branch. So don't jump to that conclusion. She really did smoke in bed. It was an accident. She really did smoke in bed. But she was in a 3-person relationship with a very wealthy American businessman and with Diana Spencer. And it was said that the British businessman was controversial, and the British police were trying to get him for, I don't know what, big financial stuff. And that she, the wife of Kevin Sweeney, probably had stuff on her laptop which she was keeping as kind of life insurance.
Yes.
And Kevin Sweeney himself, actually, he used to drive an E-Type Jaguar, which used to belong to Lady Di, because he used to live in the neighborhood of Sandringham.
God, yeah.
And that's, which is where he got to know his later wife and was able to get hold of that E-Type Jaguar for cheap.
But
so sorry, Carl, go ahead.
Sorry,
no, I just say, my question for you though is: have you seen any actual evidence that Lady Di was actually in a relationship? Like, I mean, concrete evidence that she was in a relationship with these people, like a sort of
what you call concrete evidence. I have seen concrete evidence in the form of various documents in which the names of the persons involved has been blackened out.
Okay.
And,
so you don't know that the names blackened out were definitely her?
No, but I suspect they do, because I trust Kevin Sweeney, who gave these documents to me.
Oh, so he has copies. Has he got copies with the names not blackened out?
Yeah. He says. Yes, I mean, they're in Swiss bank vaults, and they will be revealed when he dies, so it's going to come out sooner or later. He's my age, 75.
But is he asking
and
you?
He has physical evidence too. Also,
he's asking you to look into this. So is he saying that it's in the Swiss vaults and it's too much of a risk for him to produce the originals?
Well, he says it's too much of a risk for me to talk about it.
For you, right?
So why are you talking about it?
Yes, because people who talk about this mysteriously die. I mean,
they're going to come after all of us,
including Lady Diana, right?
I'm not talking about it. I'm not.
But I have been. I mean, I got involved. I got into his case because it was in the Dutch newspapers, and it's weird. It's absolute. I'm absolutely convinced, and it's absolutely clear. I got a really good fire expert to write a completely independent report on the fire evidence, without on the prior agreement that whatever he found, he would say whether it was pro Kevin or not. And he says it's absolutely 100% certain she died from smoking in bed. And the Dutch prosecution service hired corrupt scientists to say the opposite. The fact that dying in bed, that smoking in bed is the most common cause of deaths in house fires, was not allowed by Dutch judges to be used in evidence. But it's a fact. It's a fucking fact. Sorry. It is one of the most common causes, especially if now, for instance, older people smoke a cigarette sitting in a nice, comfortable, chair, and it falls in a split between the cushions and the boards. And if it happens to fall vertically, then it will stay smoldering for a very, very long time. And the victim's own breathing will cause air circulation, which will cause the plastic and rubber or whatever in cheap mattresses and cushions and stuff to finally get very hot and to not really burn, but actually start releasing all kinds of poisonous gases, which are completely, which then the whole room you've been in when you die of this, and you discovered everywhere you find traces of these products of burning a cheap mattress without enough oxygen, right? And you die of carbon monoxide poisoning, and you get roasted from the heat. And this is just what happened there. I mean, this is just so totally obvious. Why the fuck did he get convicted? Everybody who observed that trial didn't understand that he got convicted. He had very good Dutch lawyers. They couldn't understand it. Nobody can understand it. It's utterly fishy.
From your understanding of it then, Richard, the fact that the link with Princess Diana and the ménage à trois, that's tangential. That's tangential to this. It's about a miscarriage of justice of someone being convicted. For me,
it's an absolutely obvious miscarriage of justice. But as I say, it's a miscarriage of justice where it's completely not obvious why it happened.
But you're sticking with the idea it's an accidental death. So what I'm saying is,
there is no doubt whatsoever that it was.
But you're saying that it's because the judge prevented evidence,
and the evidence presented in trial proved it was an accidental death.
Okay.
Everybody who observed that trial, including Netherlands' top crime reporter Peter R. de Vries, who was gunned down in the street by by the drugs mafia, the Moroccan drugs mafia. Not that that has anything to do with Moroccans, but he was astounded. Everybody who's looked at that case is astounded.
So, but it was a jury. It was a jury trial, though, wasn't it?
No. We don't have jury trial.
There was no jury.
We don't trust juries. We have a board of highly educated judges, been to university, studied law.
Jesus Christ. Maybe that's a good argument for us not having non-jury trials.
My opinion is that it doesn't make a fucking difference. Sorry, again. because 3 educated judges can be just as much fooled as 12 ordinary blokes.
No. But I think it's easier to corrupt 3 judges than to corrupt 12 jurors.
I don't think they're corrupt. I think they're just convinced, and they're dumb. Because I always do not. Is it Dunning-Kruger? No, Dunning-Kruger is something else. Hanlon's razor, do not attribute to malevolence that which can be equally well explained by incompetence or stupidity. I mean, stupidity is the most common element in the universe, as we all know now.
Mm-hmm.
Any of you watched the movie Idiocracy?
No.
It's about it's about how evolution actually selects stupid people. And so the theme of the movie is that in 40 years' time, or several hundred years' time, the whole population will be equally dumb as Trump. Now, the thing is, the director of that movie is amazed because he's recently gone. This was looking into the future. I didn't know it was now.
Richard.
But anyway, sorry.
Richard,
I'll look up the name of the very wealthy American businessman because I think this name needs to be spoken.
Richard, the Princess Di connection, if indeed there was one.
Yes.
Are you suggesting in some way, or do you think it's potential that that's influenced what's happened in the trial in some way, or not?
I think it influenced the fact that British special police, is it MI5 or MI6?
MI6, I suppose it would be outside the country.
Policemen,
I assume,
got heavily involved in that case from the very first moment and insinuated themselves into the case and advised their Dutch colleagues. Why the F***? What the F*** were special branch police doing in Holland? Why were they there at the scene of the crime the next day?
They wanted access to any documents or computer equipment which might hold information.
The idea that the laptop of the victim probably did contain, or could very well have contained, very important documents in a very, very high profile but secret special branch investigation into a famous businessman. I'll find out his name. I can't remember it, so I have to look in my emails from Kevin Sweeney again and again.
It's interesting.
Everybody would guess who it was, but I didn't guess. I had no idea about this guy, Kevin Sweeney.
While you're looking that up, Richard, I'm just saying, Carl and chat and everything, is that the bit I'm trying to join up is the idea that is there a motivation for Kevin Sweeney to be accused of murder here by virtue of the fact his wife, who's died in an accident.
Yes.
I'm not sure. I'm not getting that gap being joined up, as it were, or those dots being joined up necessarily, unless I'm not sure.
What were they doing there? Why did they get involved in the police investigation?
Well, because of the info that this lady may have had.
Yeah, well, that's all I'm saying.
Oh, that's all you're saying. You're not saying that undermined the safety of the conviction or the process.
Anyway. Yes, I do. I am saying.
But how though? How does it?
How? Because
and why?
Because they funneled lots of lies and untruths about Kevin Sweeney's past life to the Dutch media and the Dutch police and the Dutch judges.
So, I think I've clicked with something. I don't know if you're, Carl, if you're in the same state of mind as me about this. Is it that it's not just the wife that knows about it? Is Kevin Sweeney knows that there's something been going on?
Yeah, Kevin Sweeney knows too. Kevin Sweeney knows. He's trying to protect.
So he has to be discredited, and it's just.
Yes, it's just, he has to be discredited so that nobody looks anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I suppose he won't be taken as a convicted murderer. He won't be taken seriously. If he says,
no, especially given what everybody said about him. I mean, there was I can't remember if it was ITV or another true crime series who did a total hatchet job on the Kevin Sweeney case, and they actually paid witnesses to speak lies to the camera about him. I believe they're lies, and I know they're lies. And I know I've seen proof that the British Special Branch police investigators were later actually convicted for illegal activities in Britain.
I've just got to go to the loo a second.
Possibly in a different case. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
They got told off. They were really doing naughty things.
Yeah.
And it stayed sort of secret because you wouldn't know you wouldn't want the British public to know.
So connected with that, do you think Lady Di was murdered?
Do I think that? Mm-hmm. I have absolutely no opinion on that.
All right. I have an opinion on it. I think she was murdered. And
I respect everybody's opinion. Could be.
The reason I believe she was murdered, or not the motive for murdering her, but the reason I believe it was murder was because I was actually awake watching what's that film? The one with, it was, I think the original name was something Shakedown, and then they remade it, Hollywood remade it, and it became like one of the biggest sort of action movies with all the big stars. I can't think what it's called, but I was watching that on Sky Movies at about 2 in the morning or 3 in the morning, whatever time it was. And then for some reason, I just switched over to Sky News, and there was all these cameras by the tunnel where the accident happened. And it said on the BBC, and then I flicked to the BBC. I think I was flicking between the BBC and Sky News. And on the BBC, they actually said that Princess or Lady Diana, I don't know what she was called by then. Was she just back to Lady Diana, or was she still Princess Diana? I don't know. But
don't know.
But they said that she was involved in an accident in this tunnel, and her and Dodie were in the accident. And I think they said that, like, Dodie was either critical or he died, but she had only. They actually interviewed a doctor who had tended to her at the accident, and he said, "Oh, she just had some superficial wounds and a broken arm." That's all that they said. He said she has some superficial. So at 3 in the morning, she has some superficial wounds and a broken arm. Then I woke up the next morning and she was dead. And I was like, hold on, how did it go from a doctor giving an interview on BBC News saying that she got some superficial wounds and a broken arm to her being dead? And then since then, the story of what happened is totally different to what this doctor who witnessed everything has told, or told the BBC at the time. So it looks to me like, because most people weren't up at that time of the day, like it was 3 in the morning or whatever it was, most people weren't up. So they wouldn't have, so they knew that most people wouldn't have seen a broadcast, an interview where it was said that she was still alive and she just had a broken arm and a few cuts. So they could kill her and then say she died in the accident.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got the bodyguard. He's never spoken since, has he? Trevor Rees-Jones. I think. And he says he's got a lot of blackout periods of when it happened, I think. That's what he said.
And then they tried to say that Henri Paul, who was the chauffeur, was drunk. And then the amount of alcohol that came up in whatever the toxicology report, if he had been that drunk, he wouldn't have been able to walk towards the car. He wouldn't have been able to find his keys. He would have been almost in a coma if he had been as drunk as they claimed he was drunk.
Yeah, so there's a bit of film. Sorry, Carl.
No, just saying that toxicology report seems to have been fabricated.
Beg your pardon. Sorry. Yeah, there's a bit of film. There's a bit of film from the hotel where Henry Paul he goes down and ties his shoelace and comes up straight away. You know, like he's not wobbling basically. You know, so
if he'd had that much alcohol in his system, he wouldn't have been able to do any of that stuff. So. To me, it's because of those not the inconsistencies that makes me think that it was murder. I don't know the exact how they did it, but here's the weirdest thing, because before I went back into acting and all that sort of stuff, my brother's a filmmaker, and we back in 1997, he would have been a teenager, and he was studying film making at that time, and we were coming up with script ideas. And I came up with an idea. It was called Shooting Stars. Oh, sorry, there's someone at the door. I don't know. The idea was Shooting Stars, and the whole idea was that all these all these politicians would get together and they'd have a sweepstake about like deciding which famous person was going to get killed next. And but whoever organized the killing, they had to make, it's like a game amongst rich people, and they had to make it look like an accident, and the closer you could make it look to an accident, the better it was going to be. And I actually put this idea forward to this website many years ago that used to buy script ideas, and they loved it. They loved the idea. And then
yeah, you could see that working. Yeah.
Then about a year later, Diana got murdered, and then they didn't want the idea anymore. They didn't want to touch it. Oh, sorry, she died. Diana died, and then they didn't want to touch it anymore. They weren't interested.
Yeah.
I put the name of the mysterious wealthy American businessman in the chat. My battery is about to run out, so I could go and find a thing to make sure
mine is about to run out too. What a coincidence! But I've got 10%.
Well, how many hours have we been going? Yes,
we're 3.5 coming up. So should we bring it to a close now?
Well, can I just say one thing?
Sorry, yeah, please. If everyone's
one question, and this is a question for the chat as well as everyone else, because someone brought up Amanda Knox recently in one of the questions, and I know she's got a series of podcasts about the Lucy Letby case. I watched the first podcast. But what do you guys think about her involvement in the campaign to get Lucy Letby released? Do you think it's negative or positive to have her involved?
I think it's positive, especially, of course, in the US, where everybody knows she's innocent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's very positive, and I think it's really, really helpful. And I know not everyone's expressed that, but that's how I feel about it. Yeah. How about yourself, Carl?
I initially I thought it was great. Oh yes, great, because I'd really forgotten a lot of the details of the is it Kircher case, the girl who died.
Meredith.
So because I hate to call it Amanda Knox case because everyone forgets about the person who died, and but I remembered one thing in particular that really sends shivers down my spine, and it's the fact that Amanda Knox falsely accused the bar owner of killing.
Well, I think that's already framing it. She suggested it might have been. That's not the same as falsely accusing.
But, all right, well, she got prosecuted for that about 2 years ago.
Prosecuted for that
2 years ago for it.
Yes, I know. Yeah. So what?
No, but I just think so. It must have been stronger than her suggesting that it might be that person, because she must have actually. I think from what I remember at the time, she actually gave a whole story of
maybe she thought it was him.
No, but she made up a whole story that was not.
Yeah. You say everybody made up stories.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a lot to make up a story. To think, oh, it might have been that person is just like, oh yeah, maybe it could have been because they were a bit shifty or something. But she made up a whole story that was a complete pack of lies about this guy.
It did have a really serious effect on his life. The bar had to close down. It's his name Patrick Lumumba, isn't it? And
something like that, yeah.
So it really affected his life badly. And there was that. I don't know this firsthand, but I've heard that there was like you said, there was a kind of either if it was a defamation prosecution, and there was a sum that is mentioned, at least on Twitter, as like 70,000. I don't know if it's euros or pounds or dollars or whatever, that has not to this day been paid to him. But I don't know why that isn't the case, or why that hasn't been made good, as it were. I don't know.
Yeah, she was prosecuted for slander.
You have to realise another thing. By in Italy giving her a criminal record, the Italian state is not obliged to give her any compensation for being in jail for so many years for a murder which she didn't do.
Maybe that was their motive for doing it, but she did.
I'm sure it was. I mean, they did the same thing in. They did the same thing with Lucia de Beck. She's also and Lucy Letby. She's also convicted of stealing stuff from the hospital, right?
Was she convicted of stealing?
I can't remember. I'm sure she. I would imagine she has some minor convictions.
Or they'll probably hold that maybe until after, if she gets cleared, they might prosecute her for stealing. Was it the handover notes or something stupid like that?
Or something stupid, yeah.
Is it possible? I don't know if it is, but that Amanda Knox has, behind the scenes, as it were, contacted Patrick Lumumba. They didn't want to do it publicly, and she has made a. However, she's kind of tried to make up for it in some way. I know it's very hard to make up for something like that, but I don't. That's an unknown, isn't it? We don't know. But it was. It is an issue, obviously, isn't it? Because he had his business. That was his business. That she worked in his bar.
Yeah.
And then that bar had to close down because of the backlash of the local people, essentially, after he was put in the frame for a while. And I remember seeing a video in which
everybody there knows he's innocent.
Yeah. I was going to say, I saw a video where a lot of local people, he had a huge amount of support locally as well. But it was a bit mixed at the beginning because of all the rumours that were going around. And but yeah,
mud sticks, doesn't it? So
I'm not sure where he is, what he's doing now. Rudy Guerde is out of prison now. I think he did about 13 years in prison, but I'm not sure where he is now. Either.
But I just think it's I think her past is quite unfortunate, and having her involved in the case, I personally don't think it's great, because people will always come back to what she did wrong in the Kircher case, and can we trust her because of that thing? It's just never good to have something like that. I mean, if she had just been falsely accused, gone to prison, got found innocent, but it's the other bit where she's tried to get out of trouble by falsely accusing someone else. I mean, that's I'm
really unhappy about the idea. I'm really unhappy about the framing that she tried to get out of trouble by falsely accusing someone.
That's what it felt like at the time.
She tried to get out of trouble, and she was in very, very in incredible stress, remember? And she was interrogated for hours without having a lawyer with her, etc., etc., etc. She was under enormous pressure, and she suggested maybe it was Patrice Lumumba. And now and that's now turned into a false accusation, and that's useful for the system there in Italy to further screw her. So I just don't buy that. Sorry.
Well,
but I agree. People will think, yes, of course. Obviously, people will think, and therefore it's not maybe a good thing.
Well, this is her quote. She says, "I never wanted to slander Patrick. He was my friend. He took care of me and consoled me for the loss of my friend Meredith. I'm sorry I wasn't able to resist the pressure and that he suffered."
Yeah.
But someone.
What else could she say?
Yeah, I mean, it's retrospectively, the remorse is great, but it doesn't bring back his business. It doesn't bring back his life.
Yeah, but
she had alternatives. She had alternatives other than.
He has a life still. He has his.
He's alive, but he doesn't have. But he doesn't. His life has been taken. Like you could say, Lucy Letby has a life.
Oh, for him, it was a very traumatic event for everybody who was involved in it, and the Italian police utterly screwed up.
Oh yeah, I'd say the Italian police were disgraceful the way they did the investigation, and they just decided 1 minute, all right, this is our target, and then rather than doing a thorough investigation before deciding who to blame, they were blaming people long before they were doing a proper investigation.
And they were also letting all the forensic evidence be contaminated.
Yeah.
So basically, they have made sure that we will never really know the real truth. Unless,
But then, having said that, you can say that about the Countess of Chester, because they allowed all the evidence to be contaminated, because they should have sealed off the whole ward. As soon as they decided they were going to investigate, they should have sealed off the whole ward. They should have, all the babies should have been transferred out, all the existing babies that were there.
Yeah.
And that whole hospital ward should have gone into lockdown, absolute lockdown. All the staff should have been suspended in that ward as well, everything. So they didn't do that properly either, did they?
Yes. Yelda says Meredith was not a friend of Knox. Well, they weren't friends. They were just two girls living in the same house.
Yeah, they were housemates or whatever you want to call them.
They were housemates.
I mean, what I've noticed in the commentary around this about Amanda Knox's podcast and her involvement and investigation and so forth is that, there is some mixed opinion. I think it, from what I've seen anyway, it weighs more towards, it's helpful rather than some people. There are some people on Twitter that will go after her regardless, kind of the version of the troll element. And there might be another element of that aren't necessarily trolls, but they don't feel comfortable with her involvement. And then that's up to everyone's individual perspective, isn't it? But what I've noticed personally is that there seems to be a sort of a heavier percentage, a larger percentage of people seem to, particularly after they've listened to how well the podcast has been done. So they're focusing on that more. That's what I've noticed personally. Outside of her backstory, as it were. So it's but it's because I suppose people are saying, well, you know about being wrongly accused, and that's one of the primary things about Lucy Letby is that she's been falsely accused. But it is a difficult point area. What you're saying about Patrice Lumumba and the effect on him as well. He was certainly a victim of that situation as well, and he suffered at that time. But I don't know where he is now. I've not looked up what he's doing now. He's got
what I would say is what you've got to consider is that despite Amanda Knox going to prison, being exonerated, coming out of prison, she's probably leading a much better life than Patrick Lumumba. As a black person living in the West, if you're falsely accused of something, your life is over. It doesn't matter whether you're innocent or guilty. Your life is over. People are always going to think there's no smoke without fire. Whereas Amanda Knox has the privilege, and I'm sorry to say it, but the white privilege to get on with her life after coming out of prison, which Patrick Lumumba never went to prison. And I bet you his life is not even a fraction as good as Amanda Knox's. So the dangers of a black person being falsely accused are much, there's a much wider implication for a black person being falsely accused of a crime in the Western world than any other group of people.
Well, I've not looked him up before, Carl and Richard and chat. That sorry, I wrongly said Patrice Lumumba. That's another gentleman, but this is Patrick.
No, Patrick Lumumba, yeah. Patrice.
Yeah, so he relocated. He relocated to. He's in Poland now, apparently, to escape the intense media scrutiny. He remains in the public eye primarily through legal proceedings. A Florence court upheld a 3-year slander conviction against Amanda Knox for falsely accusing him. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's been. Sorry, I'd have to ask more questions about that.
Yeah. But Amanda Knox,
he's in Poland at the moment.
Amanda Knox was not exonerated for slandering.
But what you've got to also think is in that area where she was living, there would have been very small number of black people, right? In Italy, we're talking about in Italy, and she chose to accuse a black man. And I tell you why she chose to accuse a black man, was because he was an easy target. So there was a thought in her head that I will be believed, or I will get away with this if I accuse this guy. If I accuse a white blonde woman of doing it, nobody's going to take me seriously. But if I go for this guy, everyone's going to jump on it. And that makes me sick. Being a black man, that makes me absolutely sick.
Yeah,
and having been falsely accused of lots of things my whole life, and that there is a tendency for people to do this. You know,
sure.
it makes, you know, it's almost like, you know, what do you call it? PTSD. When I read about that case, it's PTSD.
Mm-hmm.
So that worries me about her, and that she would, because like I know enough about you two guys that if you were ever in a situation, you wouldn't think, oh, let me go for a black person. That wouldn't be your, you know, modus operandi, because you're not that sort of person. The fact that she has that thought process doesn't make me like her.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying, Carl. I'm looking up some more details here, and so there was originally a higher amount that Patrick Lumumba and his legal team wanted for slander, but the order is for a relatively, not for us, or certainly not for me or so ordinary people, but a relatively smaller amount is the order of 40,000 euros. So, and people are making the point that obviously Amanda Knox has done some very big book deals and so forth. I don't know her financial situation. So in other words, it would be reasonable for her to pay that to him, and I don't see why she wouldn't or hasn't, unless something's happened behind the scenes. I don't know, but unless there's legal reasons, is there, Richard, that if she acknowledges that, is that to do with legal reasons from her miscarriage of justice?
Well, I mean, there are lots of things we don't know, and I'm wondering if it wasn't actually the police who had the initial racism and actually encouraged her to accuse Lumumba.
Yes, it's quite possible that they kind of that they drove that.
I think it's very possible. I think it's very, very likely indeed. I mean, I don't know. I would like to talk to her about this sometime. But
yeah, I know. It's
nice to know what I find out, if anything.
Yeah, it's one of the things that does come up, and it does come up in comments about.
I would like to
remember the Italian police are also racist. Don't forget that.
Oh yeah. I agree. And
probably more than Amanda Knox herself, I would imagine.
Yeah, they probably planted the idea in her head to go for him. Said like, yeah, it must be like, what can you tell us about this guy or something? And they probably suggested the name to him, but she didn't have to play along with it. You know, she could have said
no. But she was interrogated, like, I don't know, was it 24 hours without...
was it? Wow.
It was incredible. Her interrogation was appalling and against all the rules. And she didn't have her own lawyer.
Yeah.
And she was a terrified young woman whose a flatmate has just been gruesomely murdered. And she's all on her own in a foreign country.
She did make the claim that she was physically struck by one or more of the officers during this interrogation. I don't know if they, but
it wouldn't surprise me. I would tend to believe her. I mean, those Italian police were.
But it's
it was a small town.
But place. Surely that would have been a defense in her slander prosecution then.
Yes, well, yeah.
We don't know what her defense was.
I don't know whether she kind of answered the charge or whether she just kind of completely left it alone. But she recently did a documentary which is about something. The title is something to do, Meeting the Wolf or something. She goes back to Italy to meet the prosecutor, Magnini, is it? I can't remember his name. Magnini.
Yeah, who still thinks
something
she's
like that. So if she's able to do that, then it would be a good thing. It would be a nice thing if she could kind of make redress as far as she's able to with Patrick Lumumba as well. If but I don't know what she would say about this. Then maybe she will. do that eventually, but she's obviously not done it thus far, or seemingly not done it thus far.
Because, to be honest with you, I mean, she's come to the whole Lucy Letby thing a bit late in the day, because you got to remember that the article was in the New Yorker.
Well, that's also unfair, because the Lucy Letby case came to her.
How did it come to her? Sorry, you can explain. I don't know.
People started asking her about it, and she worked.
Oh, okay.
And she works on miscarriages of justice. So I don't think she. I mean, I don't think she was trying to sort of like boost her channel and her
But I'm sure. All right. Just to give you a prime example.
Yeah.
I have been talking about the Madeleine McCann case on my channel almost as much as I've been talking about Lucy Letby case, right? And I've been doing it sort of every it would be like every 15 videos might be a Madeleine McCann case, because that case concerns me. And then I did a video that went absolutely bonkers. I don't know why. It just suddenly went viral. And I got contacted by Sean Atwood and Dave. I think it's David Icon.
Gareth,
Iconic or whatever.
I think it's Gareth Ike, isn't it?
Yeah, Gareth Ike's team and whatever, about my videos and stuff. And so they weren't interested before I went viral. So they knew that by talking to me then, because I'd gone viral, it would boost their channel. And that's the only reason they wanted me on. Not because of specifically what I was saying, but because of the number of views I was getting. And I think I have no doubt that when Amanda Knox was being asked about Lucy Letby, either herself or her team looked at the figures for the Lucy Letby case and how many views, if you look at Crime Scene to Courtroom, they get more views for videos about Lucy Letby than any other subject that they do. So that's why Crime Scene for Courtroom used to do lots, like daily, used to do Lucy Letby videos. Not because they cared about the case, but because of the views they were going to get from it. Like you and I, we're all three of us are doing it because we want Lucy Letby released and we care about the case and we care about her. I don't think Crime Scene to Courtroom gave a damn about the families or whatever. It's just to boost their channel.
Well, I personally don't think Amanda Knox is like that.
You don't?
I don't. I mean, I've spoken to her a number of times.
Okay.
In Zoom meetings and the like, and she's interviewed me, and also I've studied her case in depth quite a few years ago now. I looked at the forensic evidence and the DNA evidence and so on. And I mean, look, she's sort of wealthy and American and very well spoken and a woman, and all these things get used against her.
But all right.
Sorry, I mean, that's a fact. And okay, but anyway, I just tell you my opinion. I don't.
You said something very important there. You said she's wealthy.
Yeah.
Next time you do,
she comes from a wealthy. She comes from a very well-to-do family. Yes.
All right. Well, next time you do a stream or you speak to her, ask her, "Have you paid Patrick Lumumba?"
Yeah. I would love to do that.
Yeah, because that would be interesting. That will change everything.
I agree. That would be interesting. Yes.
If she knew that she did wrong, I would like to also know why she didn't just settle out of court.
Yeah.
I know you have to be careful with AI, and I just ask it a bit more questions, but it seemed to say, well, although on paper Amanda Knox may have said to have made a lot of money out of book deals, etc., that they had to pay back a lot of legal fees, and various of her relatives had to remortgage their homes, and that, in other words, all the compensation that's been made out of these book deals has been used to pay back. But that's what AI is saying. I don't know to what degree that's right, but that's what it's saying.
I believe that's true.
And
or you could just ask her to publish her accounts. I'll be happy to see her accounts for the year.
I'll send her an email.
Patrick Lumumba says basically it's all this is being handled by lawyers. There's been no direct. This is what AI is saying. There's been no direct communication, no reaching out, as it were.
But she said that
it would be good. It would be good. It would be good if there could be that. But I don't know what the legalities. What are they concerned that it's going to open up some other charges? I don't know. You know, once lawyers get involved, it's a bit like the Karen Rees situation. Once those lawyers she says now, Karen Rees, that she was not lent on, but she was persuaded by the lawyers to say, you can't stick with the idea that Lucy Letby's innocent. And she said she always regretted that she went with the lawyers. And now she then believes she kind of effectively betrayed Lucy Letby by saying, well, she must have done it then. But then she reverted again back to her original view. So once you've got lawyers involved, I think it's not to excuse it. If what you said, even though, and this is the other thing that AI is saying, that she says she was forced to sign documents or a statement that she didn't believe. She was pressurized, physically struck, etc. So she doesn't recognize that as a legitimate confession, as it were, or statement. So maybe that's her reasoning, I'm assuming, is that she doesn't feel she was coerced into doing it. I suppose that's the reason. But nonetheless, it's Patrick Lumumba was very badly affected by it, obviously, as the result of it. But there are other people that just won't accept that Amanda Knox is innocent at all, though. There's also that contingent of people, and they think, and that's, everyone's got the right to their viewpoint, of course, and there'll probably always be people that think Lucy Letby is guilty of something, even once she's exonerated. There'll always be some people. Do you think? I think that's likely human nature, being what it is.
I think when I first started doing the videos, I wasn't 100% certain that Lucy Letby was innocent. I always used to say, like, I'm 95% sure she's innocent. As I've looked more and more into the case, I've seen that there is so much out there that proves that she's 100% innocent. I have no doubt in my mind that she's innocent.
No, I don't either. I'm the same.
Yeah, and it's been a journey, though. It's not been straightforward. I'm not really. I mean, at one point I thought she was guilty because before I started looking into the case, I just believed the headlines. I believed the news reports, and I thought, you just think the news isn't going to lie to you about a big court case, a big trial. You think it's actually going to be. They're not going to say that she confessed to it unless she actually confessed to it. So I was expecting to see like a confession of some sort, like in a diary, a confession note, like I did it and this is how I did it and blah 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 blah. I didn't think it was good. Do you know what I mean? That they're going to twist something completely different into a confession. So that's what most people see. Most people see the headlines and they believe that those headlines are actually accurate and true, and you fill in the gaps yourself rather than looking into the reality of it. And it's only when you look into the truth you realize that the headline's actually a lie, and the truth is actually something completely different.
Well, it takes a lot of emotional and mental and maybe even spiritual investment to kind of get to connect with this over a long period of time, and it's quite can be quite draining, and it's quite upsetting, and a lot of people, that's not the easier option than looking at the headlines, is it? So and that's why. But I think it's been a real. Surely it makes you think about lots of other potential cases. I know Mervyn talks about the Jeremy Bamber case. I've never really looked into it at any level, so I don't know what's happened there. But there could well be that could be another. And if that is the case, then he's been in prison for best part of 40 years, isn't he? So
wow, that's crazy.
But Mervyn doesn't believe it was a miscarriage of justice, but I've not gone into any of the details. But it just goes to show that all these things, they're not simple, and you've got to spend a lot of time and thought and read what other people are saying and look at evidence, haven't you? It takes a lot of time, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It does definitely take a lot of time, and it's just such a. I just think the legal system is so messy in this country. Once you're in prison and you've been wrongly convicted, it's so difficult to undo it.
Yeah.
So that's why I think you have to be so sure that someone's guilty, because their life is going to be totally damaged, for the foreseeable future if you put them in prison. But then there's also the risks that if somebody is guilty, then you set them free, then they're a danger to the rest of the world, aren't they? They're the danger to the community. So there's the balance is a fine balance, isn't it? Getting that.
They're the balance, but it comes in it. Is it that, I don't know if it's from back in the mists of time, Blackstone's dictum about better 10 or however many guilty go free than one innocent person is put in prison. Yeah, it's it's going to carry on a bit yet. It's not going to be over tomorrow, but for Lucy or her family and the parents as well, and Carl and Claire coming forward and speaking publicly on the Amanda Knox podcast, but also with Stuart Gillam and Martin Pittman, the obstetrician. That's been really helpful, I think, as well. Carl and have you come across that, Carl?
No.
Sorry. So what I'm talking about there. So one of the podcasts with Amanda Knox is parents of a baby that Lucy Letby cared for, and who they believe kind of effectively saved their baby's life twice or treated the baby very, very well. They've come out publicly now, and they've been speaking on Stuart's channel, Stuart Gillam's channel, and where else?
I did read an article about it, actually. Was it about a week ago or something like that? Was it about?
Yeah, it's been building up, and seem a lovely couple, and they just say they just want the truth, but they're also another perspective on what that hospital was like at the time, and the failures in the communication and the failures in the care that they experienced, and not being told the truth, and so forth. So it's all really vital, and good luck to them,
What do you guys know? A few people have brought up the fact that her name, Lucy Letby's name, came up in Parliament today.
Did it? I haven't come across that.
Yes.
I think it was a debate. I think there was a debate about it, her in Parliament again.
Yes.
So, but a different MP, I think, not.
Really? No, that's interesting. I'll have to. Do you know on what basis it was brought up, or
I'm not sure that she was innocent.
That she's innocent, really?
Yeah, the MP was obviously fighting for her to get.
But it's someone other than David Davis, is it then?
I'm just seeing if I can find more.
But that's interesting.
It was senior Tory MP Jesse Norman.
Oh yeah, that's it. Jesse.
He today issued a blistering appeal in the Commons after the Lucy Letby inquiry into the nurse was postponed for a third time, sparking fresh outrage and demands for answers across Britain. And the Daily Express put that in the news, and I think they put out a YouTube video too.
Yeah,
that's interesting. So that's another. So she's asking for what is she? Is Jesse a woman or a guy? Is it?
A man. Jesse Norman's a guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's another Conservative MP because senior Tory MP.
I used to work with
we need a senior Labour MP to do this, and I'm afraid
we need Andy Burnham. We need Andy Burnham to do this.
Well, it would be nice if he would do it. Yeah.
Has Jeremy Corbyn ever said anything about the Lucy Letby case?
Not that I'm aware of.
I just wonder if he has, because
well, I will Google Jeremy.
Yeah, I was just going to do the same.
He may have done.
Corbyn.
Because I think at the moment he's probably the most respected Labour MP.
Yeah.
He's got a new part. There's a new party. What are they called? They were struggling over what name to have for the party, but I've forgotten what that is.
It says there is no public record of Jeremy Corbyn making any specific political statement or commentary regarding the case.
Yeah.
Oh, look into the Jesse Norman one. Then that's interesting development.
Yeah.
It's gonna. I mean, you know, David Davis, in terms of that world, he kicked that off, didn't he? So and he's stuck with it. So maybe eventually there'll be a bit of catch up happening, and other people will join in because they feel a bit more secure too. A lot of people don't want to be the first to do it.
Yeah.
No.
And it's about timing.
Yeah. But it is kind of. There were days when I'm very positive about the Lucy Letby case, and then there's days when I think to myself, this has gone on too long. This has actually gone on too long. We've known that she's innocent. There's been enough information out there. How must she feel knowing? Because I've spoken to Mark McDonald's on another case, and I asked him a question about Lucy Letby case, but I never asked him this question, which if I ever meet him again, I'll ask him. How must she feel knowing that there's all this information in the public domain that proves she's innocent, yet she's just sitting there, no real sign that things are progressing, you know? There's nothing really to say that. You got MPs saying stuff, and you got Amanda Knox and other people like what's his name was Jeff Banks and people like that speaking.
Yeah, Jeff Banks. Yeah, that was a good.
But it doesn't seem to move the case any closer to the Court of Appeal. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't. There's nothing to indicate that it's getting closer to the Court of Appeal. It's
kind of like it's all in the hands of I say the CCRC, but then I don't see these organisations as independent. Personally, I suspect that they're waiting to be given the nod to do this, essentially, but it hasn't been. Whoever the people who pull the strings eventually, they haven't acknowledged that we've got to let this happen, this exoneration in a way, because that's what's going to happen eventually. It will happen eventually, but how long?
I've also seen that there are some YouTube channels that stream 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they just have a video on a loop. I don't know how they do it, but they just put a video.
I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do that.
If I can find out how to do that, maybe that's what we can do, is just have like our streams, put a few of our streams together on a loop, like a 4-hour, 6-hour loop or something, and they just keep going until she gets released.
So it's like an open resource that people can come in and out of, type of thing. I've seen things like that as well. I think how are you keeping that going? I didn't know how it worked, but there's got to be a way, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, so gosh, we've covered a fair bit of ground today, and
I have to hang up now. I have to cook.
I've got things to do as well.
We've got stuff to do, and places to go, and people to see a man about it. And all that.
If only Lucy Letby could come out of jail now. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Richard and Carl and Deborah.
Thank you for having us and me.
Thank you very much indeed, and Deborah, who was on before, and thanks ever so much everybody in the chat and people who listened who may not have been in the chat directly, and to the replay crew. Hopefully there'll be one as well. And thanks very much, guys, and we'll do it again sometime as well.
Definitely.
All the best. You keep cool there, everybody, as much as you can.
Yeah.
Take it easy. Have a good weekend ahead. Well, it's only Thursday, but have a good time ahead. Should be a bit cooler coming up. God bless. God bless. Take care, everyone. Goodbye. Bye.
Bye.
Good night.